you doing?
I'm good. How about you? I didn't recognize you. I'm like, I know him. I know him. Oh.
This is a non-agenda item.
So am I on non-agenda, or am I on agenda, or am I on both? So I get some.
Rick, are we on or not? Let me ask him real quick.
Oh, thank you.
Wait on Jake, 'cause you're doing other stuff too.
Okay, non.
Right?
Yeah, I'm doing other stuff too. Oh, I looked up some more stuff today. I'll tell you
What are
outside.
we putting on topic, Rick?
What's that?
What are you putting on topic?
I put consolidation.
No problem.
Okay, we are almost to 6:30. I'd like to welcome everyone. Tonight, we have actually some special things on the agenda that we have not had before, and I'm glad we have an audience for those things tonight. I'm going to go ahead and call us to order just a tiny bit early, 6:29. I do have one thing to report out from closed session. The board unanimously approved a settlement agreement with NG for $992,737 to resolve claims related to the lighting, HVAC, and solar project. That began in 2018. Yeah, no problem. And Dr. Gibson, do we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay. Tonight, instead of just our usual Pledge of Allegiance, Dr. Gibson has made some special arrangements.
Good evening. I'm going to have Lori turn up the volume just a little bit. Can everybody hear in the back? No, I didn't think so. Lori, can you turn up the mics, please, just a little bit? Test, test. Is that better? In the back? Okay. If you are a veteran, will you please stand? I know a lot of people are standing in the back, but if you're a veteran, will you please stand? Tonight, yes, go ahead. Tonight, we welcome our veterans who have dedicated their lives to serving our country. On November 11th of each year, we stand united in respect of them. We acknowledge your heroism, and this is an important day set aside to honor and show appreciation for all who have served in the U.S. military, in wartime or peace, living or deceased. Thank you for your sacrifices and dedication to our nation. Tonight we will have a presentation of colors by Scout Troop 63, chartered by the American Legion Post 108. This is the first linked Scout troop in Amador County with both male and female members. Following the presentation of the colors, we will have you stand and we will have the national anthem. Please stand. States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much for participating, and thank you to the Scout Troop and to the Post for supporting and presenting tonight with the beautiful anthem. Thank you to our veterans. We have 2 presentations and recognitions tonight. We have first Jackson Junior High and then technology.
Mr. Mothorn.
Hello. Good evening, school board, cabinet, large audience. Thank you for the opportunity to honor 2 members from the Jackson Junior High School team. When I thought about it after I picked them and thought about what really, if there's a theme to this, these are 2 guys who I know go above and beyond to improve the experience of students on our campus. First, I'm honoring Kurt Moko with a challenge coin. Thank you, sir. Mr. Moko teaches history, business, and leadership. In addition, he's a member of our MTSS team. Kurt is a great teacher, but more than that, he is driven by a desire to help students become better people. Kurt empowers students, encourages them, challenges them to think for themselves. Kurt makes Jackson Junior High a better place. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Next, I'm honoring local legend John Gilliam. Mr. Gilliam is our PE teacher, athletic director. He's coached at different levels in our district for years, maybe decades. From running the swing dance competition to pickleball tournaments at lunch, John's an essential part of the culture of Jackson Junior High School. I can count on John to help in any way he can to keep our school running smoothly and to always put students first. John, thank you for all that you do.
Don't forget your photo, gentlemen.
Haley.
Congratulations. Thank you for all that you do. Yeah. Mr. Is it Hebert? Yep. Mr. Hebert? Director of IT.
Good evening, school board and everyone. I just want to give you a brief intro on Mr. Greg Barnes here. He started as a computer tech June 1st, 2021, and was recently promoted to Computer Tech 2 on February 1st, 2023. He serves 5 sites, Amador High School, Sutter Creek Elementary, Primary, Plymouth Elementary, and Shenandoah Valley School. He's always eager to learn, try new things, take on greater responsibilities. He's taken initiatives in several areas like preventive maintenance on network cabinets and cleaning up wiring and all kinds of things, even in the midst of rat urine and rat turds and all that. And that was, he's fearless, sociable. He's also co-presenting an esports session at the upcoming California IT and Education conference that, with Justin Maceo. Just some brief feedback from his principals at his sites. I've heard things like responsive, fabulous, timely, knowledgeable, really appreciate him, easy to work with, exceptional work and dedication, consistently goes above and beyond, extensive knowledge, consistently demonstrates a genuine passion for helping others, approachable, commitment to excellence, innovative, reliable. For these reasons, I have the pleasure of giving you this challenge coin.
Thank you and congratulations. I can only imagine how many technology systems the teachers have to master, given how many apps I've had to download as a parent of the district. So I can only imagine that parallels pretty closely. We have our employee organizations always on our agenda. Mrs. Jensen, are you here? Thank you.
Good evening. Good to see you all. I have good news. The contract put forward between ACUSD and Amador County Teachers Association has been ratified. We look forward to presenting it to you, or having it presented to you at the next board meeting and having you approve it as well. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hope everybody has a good holiday and it's safe and well.
Thank you, Mrs. Jensen. Ms. Martz, did you have remarks tonight? Welcome.
Hi, thank you again for letting me come up and speak. Dear board members, this is usually the time that I give you a report or an update on what's happening with my chapter. But there's a pressing issue that's going on right now, and that's going to be brought up tonight in public comments. It will directly affect not only my members, but all district staff, but most importantly, the students we serve. You're going to be asked to reconsider going forward with the consolidation project on the basis of tradition and history. I am here tonight to respectfully ask you to continue forward and stay the course that has already been set in motion. I ask that we all take our focus off the high school portion of this project and whether or not we choose the right colors or mascot. These things are important, and yes, they have deep meaning, but in all reality, they are just the icing on the cake. We need to focus on the heart of the matter, which is the education, health, and safety of our students. I ask you to look to the youngest of our students who attend Ione Elementary School. This is where the heart of the consolidation project all begins. That campus is in such disrepair that it should be bulldozed. It breaks my heart to see students on that campus at all. The students and staff at that site deserve so much better. They deserve to go to a school at a site that is safe and healthy so they can learn and teach without worrying about the conditions of their classrooms and facilities. I cannot stress enough the importance of getting our students and staff off their current site and onto the Ione Junior High site. We must make that happen. I ask you to consider the incredible, it blows my mind, the incredible gift that we are giving to our junior high students. By sending them to Amador site, they will gain so many more opportunities than they have right now. They will have a track and field that they will actually be able to use. They'll be able to participate in physical education, unlike what they have right now. They will be able to utilize CTE classrooms, which will prepare them for their high school years. Jackson Junior High students will gain a proper cafeteria and a place to eat when it rains. I could go on and on about all the benefits of this part of the project because I think personally this is what I'm most excited about is those junior high students and what they're going to be receiving. We're moving Ione Elementary to Ione Junior High is crucial and must be done. Combining the junior highs is the blessing in all of this. I ask you to remember the numbers presented to you when this all started, where the heart of all of this is the education, health, and safety of our students and staff. Being fiscally responsible is the lifeline that carries it through. Our district cannot continue to place Band-Aids and patches on projects that need major overhauls. By doing so, it will be our ruin. It will lead to lawsuits, loss of jobs, and possible complete shutdown of all of our schools. Dr. Gibson and Mr. Critchfield saw that coming when they first proposed this project, and they had the wisdom and the courage to do something about it. We must continue to move forward with the consolidation because shutting it down could lead to disaster. I ask you to stay the course and continue with the consolidation project despite what you hear tonight from those who are focused on paint colors instead of education, health, and safety of our students and staff. I ask you to get back to the heart of why this consolidation is so vital and to please stay the course set in place. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Martz. We are to item 11 on our agenda. We now have a standing item for school consolidation updates. This gives us an opportunity to be updated on progress, also to ask questions for every board meeting for the time being. So, okay. We do have public comment related to consolidation. So we are going to have the public comment first. I'm going to read the blurb about public comment next because I know we have some new folks in the room tonight who may not be familiar with how public comment proceeds. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. This is an agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. So I have several speaker cards here. The ones that indicated they were speaking on consolidation, we have 7. If you multiply that by 3 minutes, that's 21 minutes. I'm going to ask the board if they would like to extend beyond, so I would need a motion.
I appreciate that. I would like to extend the motion to extend, or I would like to make a motion to extend the time limit for public comment, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Marzano and Mrs. Parker. I'm going to take a vote real quick. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have had the students go first. My mistake. I'm totally blanking. Peyton, but I know I should.
Yes.
Miss Patterson. Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
and Mr. Whitaker.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. So we will allow all of the speakers to have their 3 minutes tonight on consolidation. First, we have Mr. Steve Nash. Immediately following Mr. Nash, we will have Mr. Tom Payton, if you would be ready to go when Mr. Nash finishes.
And I will be timing you and let you know when your 3 minutes are up.
Greetings, board members, student representatives, administrators, and citizens. Thank you for allowing me time to speak today. My name is Steve Nash. I'm a parent, resident of Ione, and parent of 2 children currently attending Argonaut High School. I have a lot to say in 3 minutes, so I prepared my remarks in advance. Firstly, I'm happy to see members of the community here today. This is quite unusual. When I first heard about school consolidation, I was very skeptical, so I began to attend board meetings, mostly online and sometimes in person. While attending these meetings for most of the last 2 years, I have found that the entire consolidation process has been made very clear and transparent. At these meetings, Dr. Gibson and Mr. Critchfield have provided dozens of updates and presentations, outlining in detail both the background and financial need for consolidation, as well as the plan and means to achieve financial balance in our district. In several board meetings in 2022, Dr. Gibson repeatedly mentioned that the school site plans being proposed were based on the passage of the bond, and that if the bond failed, the plans would need to be split into phases, as savings from school site closures would need to fund many of these improvements. This information was also posted online on the district website and presented in articles in the Ledger-Dispatch. In February and March of this year, Mr. Critchfield brought forward to this body the updated phased approaches to the site improvements for both the consolidated high school site and the Ione Elementary site. Unfortunately, many citizens in our county only became aware of this change in recent weeks when social media posts stated that everything was changing at the last minute and was being hidden from them. My only advice to this board in this area is to try to identify additional ways to get this information out to our community. Apparently, discussing it in public meetings, making that all available on the website and in newspapers is not sufficient. Perhaps a monthly email to all district parents might be something to consider. Regarding the current consolidation plan, I would not consider myself a supporter of consolidation, but a supporter of financial responsibility for our district. By attending board meetings, I have learned that our district has essentially $0 in funding for the $186 million, I'm going to repeat that, $186 million in needed repairs and upgrades to the 13 school sites as outlined in our past master plan, which is also published on our district website. What I do know is that doing nothing is not an option. With current revenue, we cannot afford to keep the 13 school sites we have open and in operable condition, period. Something must change. No choice will be popular, and difficult decisions will have to be made that will anger segments of the population. I believe this board has no option other than to either support the current plan or approve another one immediately. If we do nothing, we face the reality of school sites being condemned and shut down or possible bankruptcy of our district. If that happens, the state will take over our school district and literally do whatever they want. They will not care what any of us have to say and will likely implement the current consolidation plan anyway, and also could close other school sites. I fear that the alternative to the current consolidation plan could be much worse.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Mr. Payton. Following Mr. Payton, we have Mrs. Candy Thompson.
My name is Tom Payton. I've resided here in Amador County for 50 years. I'm a 1983 graduate of Jackson High School, the last class at Jackson High School. So I remember what that consolidation with Ione was like, turning into Argonaut. It wasn't easy at that time, and it's obviously not easy at this time. I'm a business and a property owner, raised a son and daughter here, and I have 3 grandchildren currently being raised here as well. I am not completely opposed to the idea of consolidation. I'm not opposed to raising money through the passing of a bond. In fact, I voted yes for a bond a few years ago that did not pass. Why it didn't pass? It was rushed and poorly handled. This got me interested in attending I wasn't really aware of what was going on at the school district and the passing of the consolidation. So I did attend the 3 Measure H meetings put on by the staff, and I felt the site plans were amazing. They were well thought out and considerate of the many needs in the consolidated student body and the teachers. However, There's many unanswered questions that still remain unanswered or that have been answered inadequately. I'll just go over a couple. Ione is a big concern for me. I don't live in Ione, but I wonder why Ione isn't more angry with this than they may be. Why is the largest, fastest growing city that's produced the most growth and development fees being shortchanged, losing an entire school? And why haven't those fees that have been collected in Ione been used to build a much overdue new elementary school? Not one new school has popped up in Ione. Ione deserves better than that. I can't imagine investing in a home to raise my family thinking that my kids can go to school at least through 8th grade there in our community to be able to walk to and from school. And now suddenly they're going to be spending hours and hours on buses, being bused back and forth, losing time with family and homework time and all that. I would be very upset. The Jackson site for the new consolidated high school, it definitely has the space, but does it have the access and the safety aspects that are so important? The City of Jackson Mayor Steve McLean has sent a letter, a response to notice of preparation dated July 20th to the school district and specifically to Jared Critchfield. As of this morning, it's my understanding there has been no response to their concerns of the impacts to the City of Jackson. It has also come to my attention that perhaps some of the individual school board members have not been given the opportunity to see that letter, and that is disturbing to me. The concerns are important and have to do with traffic, police protection, fire protection, wastewater services, water, storm drains. Have the traffic impact studies been completed, soil studies, et cetera, for all the sites that are affected?
I'm sorry, Mr. Payton, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for your thoughts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payton. Mrs. Thompson? And following Mrs. Candy Thompson will be Mr. Rick Vicini.
Good evening. My name is Candy Thompson. I'm here this evening to publicly request to have an item placed on the December 13th agenda. The request is found on page 27 of the governance handbook, which is what I filled out. As an original member of the school board who voted for the plans that were presented to the board with regard to the consolidation, I'm here because what is currently being proposed is not what we voted on. While we knew that the consolidation was happening with or without a bond, when asked how we would pay for it if the bond did not pass, we were told that we would have to take out loans, not that we would have to force it to work. That made sense to me. What does not make sense to me is what has been done to the original proposal that appears to have been molded into something that the district believes it can afford in order to force this to continue happening. At some point, we have to look at ourselves and say, is this still what is in the best interest of our kids? Because let's face it, that's what this is all about, doing what's best for the kids. And this is not what is best for the kids. The original plans were what we're going to have to happen in order to make the consolidation work. Not exaggerated plans, but the actual plans to consolidate these two high schools. Everyone believed this when they supported the consolidation. As it stands today, the current proposal for the gym won't hold Argonaut High School alone next year with the size of the incoming freshman class, the reduction of the classroom building, the lack of the parking, the lack of the science labs, lack of facilities to accommodate the size of a school is not possible with the current plans. Why would we want to waste $16 million, which will be closer to $30 million when it's paid off in the next 18 years, and create a campus that can't even facilitate the students that we have? We are not in a position that this has to happen today. We are not in fear of receivership today or financial ruin if this takes a couple more years to make sure we do it right. Why would we waste our money building facilities that are not long-term but just prove that the bond is necessary? At some point as a board, you have to recognize that what is being done with an I told you so mentality. I told you we would consolidate even without a bond. I told you that the bond was needed in order to make the campus what was necessary for the consolidation. The I told you so mentality that is literally forcing this to happen, like forcing a square peg in a round hole. As a board, you have to take a stance and say, is it necessary to sacrifice the next 4 to 5 years worth of students in order for the pride of the leadership to be maintained? It's time to press pause, stop this for the time being, go back to the original plans, and prepare for a bond when there is no last-minute surprises to the community. Instead of mortgaging Amador High School to put together a hodgepodge campus trying to be right, why don't you take that money and focus on the area that the district is bleeding, the special education department? The amount of lawsuits that are in the process or about to be filed is going to exceed anything we've ever seen. That is the gaping wound of the district. With the precedents being set that one email to the board can place an item on the next agenda, I would expect that this request would be granted for a consolidation reconsideration item to be added to the December 13th agenda. The emails that you've received and the people in this room are the backing for this request.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you. I'm pleased to address you tonight. I'm Rick Vicini. I'm fifth generation Amador County resident. Lived and grew up in this county. I was the last graduating class in 1983 of Amador County High School. I am also involved with 3 generations of construction, so I understand construction. I know a lot of you possibly, don't understand that as much. I was pretty appalled when I found out that this letter memorandum existed from the city of Jackson that somebody else has already talked on, and has not been given to the board members, that they didn't know really anything about it. And this has a lot to do with what you can move forward with. In the construction world, an EIR and a CEQA are the first building steps that you have to have in order to move forward with any project in California. Now, I don't have any clue why they think that you can move forward without doing those, but branding and school names and all that needs to come after this is dealt with, these things. So you're still waiting on some of your CEQA and EIR stuff, but this is legit stuff that City of Jackson has asked for and wanted to know how you're going to deal with. And Chad Sims is here to talk about it also, that needs to be done. I'd like to make sure, does each one of you have copies of these?
Can I have one?
Yes. I'd like you guys to make sure you have this, because I don't know why this wasn't passed down to you guys already.
Thank you.
Through
Thanks, Rick. Well, why doesn't he speak to it when he doesn't? Because we don't want to.
Hold on, sir. Do you need a copy, Mr. Pittsfield? Oh,
We'll speak to it when we do our presentation.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I realize it was addressed to Jared Crisfield, but I would think that it would have been given to you board members also, so you guys would understand some of the complexities of what has to happen in this whole process. So I think at this point, my consideration is, I was against consolidation to begin with. I'll be honest with you. I grew up as Buffalo, I was here, but then when I saw that a new high school was coming in and this, and I got pretty excited. I'm like, oh, this would be cool. But the new plan that you guys are doing, 60 million, I really don't think 60 million is going to deal with all these issues. But 60 million is not getting us the plan that was voted by, as Candy pointed out. It's not the plan we voted on. Now, I totally sympathize with Mrs. Marks that talked. I mean, she hit on some great topics. I went to Ione Elementary School. That school is a mess. But like the other gentleman said, where'd all the development fees go from that were from that town? You had Castle Oaks, you had Wildflower. There's a lot of money that came into that town. Where did that money go? How come there's not a new school there?
Mr. Vicini, I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vicini. So I got behind in lining everybody up. Next is Mr. Stacy Rhodes, and then following Mr. Rhodes will be Mrs. Diane Bennett. Welcome.
Good evening. Stacy Rhodes, live in the city of Ione. I think this is going to be a total disaster. The traffic in Ione will not handle this. I'm really worried about the safety of the children. The biggest issue that has not been brought up is there is a law that kids, I believe, under the age of 12 cannot congregate in a school within 500 yards of a railroad. That railroad is not inactive. There will be trains on there probably within the next year. So I think someone needs to talk to the PUC and UP about this, because that's going to be an absolute disaster. And a gentleman earlier said, why Ione ain't mad? We're very mad. We give you guys millions. And I got the same bucket, and I think it's broom 6 that catches raindrops than when I went to school there. The school's not been maintained for, how old am I, 52? So 30 years. So we're very mad. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. After Mrs. Diane Bennett, we will have the final speaker card for consolidation. That is Mr. Dave Groth.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for allowing us the time to talk. My name's Diane Bennett. I am a citizen of Amador County, resident of Fiddletown for 48 years. I went to Amador High School. My children both graduated from Amador High School, and my husband went there as well. First off, I do want to say thank you, Board, for all that you do. It's not an easy job, and I wanted to give a handout or a recognition to James tonight, who is a CB and a veteran here, and we appreciate all the work that you have done for our country to help keep our freedoms. I was one of the few people that was here the night that you voted to put consolidation back, or consolidation in, and we were stunned. It was this little blip on the agenda. It looked like it was just going to be for a reconsideration of possible consolidation, and boom. I know there's a couple other people in this room that were here that night. What was sold to us that night has completely changed. Did it change because the bond didn't go through? Yes. The bond didn't go through because of the lack of faith that the county residents have in the school district to do what's right by the children. In education, we hear about the preschool to prison pipeline. That's because education isn't funded well enough. We know that the prisons actually get more funding than the schools do. Does that mean that we take the cheapest route? Sometimes we do. But isn't education for our kids worth more than that? You might have all these people in this room behind you on a bond if you said, we're going to work on the schools we have and we're going to build better. We're going to try to get better. What you guys are doing right now, the changes that have been made because of funds, we knew some of that was going to happen. But the things that have happened, the fact that literally in this report, it says that the city of Jackson will not be able to handle the waste. Yeah, literal crap. They will not be able to handle. Plain and simple. And it rolls downhill. So you need to please consider Candy's motion to put this back on the agenda. Maybe we rethink it. Maybe we put it on pause. We need to see what's best for our county. Is the cheapest measure best? Sometimes. Sometimes not. Maybe we need to all get together as a community and see what we can do for our schools. Keep them the way they are and build better. Please think about this, and thank you.
Mr. Groth, and then we have a late addition, Mr. Brian Oneto.
Board members and staff, I appreciate your time. Members of the community, while this may not seem popular, I want to go against some of the things that have been said, and the reason for that is, as a member of the community, I've heard a lot about Ione, a lot about Jackson, and little about Sutter Creek. One of my concerns is, as a member of the community, I don't see the opposition to this coming from the upcountry residents who are also affected by the decision of this board. It alarms me that individuals from my own who have grown in number were not here for board meetings that took place in the past where this decision was made. There were a few, but not to the measure that are now. It seems like they've come out of the woodwork upset that the past is in the past with the high school missing, and it isn't a consideration for the one most important thing, and that's the kids. As a parent of children, as an educated individual myself, my concern is for my girls who go to school here getting the best possible education. With consolidation and a divided community, it takes that away from our children, which is, to me, the most alarming thing is we're fighting over buildings, whereas consolidation provides for resources. There's been a lot said about sports and what it'll do to sports programs, and while it can be good or bad, there's also much to be done by consolidation that will allow for students to have the best resources to be able to compete with one another as a unified group instead of a divided group like we hear behind us, because ultimately the best thing is for the children, and that's what we're hoping for. Also, as our children have to compete in a world outside of Amador County, education becomes the greatest measure for them. As we're fighting over that way to do that, when they're brought together, it won't just be sports. There will be resources in different classes, activities, theater, other things that other students in this county may not receive at the current situation, as some students have to go between schools to receive the programs that are available in different schools, being Argonaut or Amador. When that's consolidated, those things come together. The other thing that it does is, one of the things that alarmed me when I moved to this county, I'll make this quick, is we have the ability for students to hop from school to school, not based on geography or where they live, but because they just want to be. With this consolidation, students will now be together, and those programs will be there for each student that might not otherwise have them because of geographic location or income that might be limiting the resources that give them the best leg up as they leave Amador County and hopefully get higher education and become those people that they dream to be instead of what they're just forced to become because of the current situation and what they're being offered at this point. Thank you, board members.
Mr. Oneto?
Board members, I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. You know, I'm not going to talk for or against consolidation. What I'm looking at is logistics. And I went to school, Jackson High School. I guess now you'd call it Argonaut High School. So I drove those roads year after year. You've got Hoffman Street, you've got Argonaut Lane. If you go in there and basically double your population, you're going to have a traffic problem. And you look at it and say, okay, I'm a problem solver. How are you going to solve it? You're not. It's going to be a real problem. The only way you could even think of solving it is if you did like a Wicklow Way extension, and that's probably millions of dollars. Otherwise, you're putting a whole bunch of kids right out on Highway 4988. It's a death trap. And you got Argonaut Lane, really narrow, a lot of houses. If nothing else, you got to look at that. I would urge you to step back, look at what you're doing, get the community more input, and maybe down the road you might do a consolidation somewhere, and if you have the community support, it'd probably go a lot better than you have the community opposed to it, and you have that road situation there, and I don't see a good way around it unless you fix Wicklow Way. So on that alone, and I haven't seen the Jackson letter, I would hope if there was a letter like that, I deal in government. A letter like that should have went to all the board members when it was received. Did you receive that letter in a timely fashion would be my question from the board to the board members.
We can't respond to you.
Pardon?
If you're asking a question, we can't respond to you.
Okay, well, I think you could, but maybe have council's advice you can't. But a letter like that was from the city of Jackson to Steve McLean is a very important letter. And it's a critical letter. If you don't have infrastructure available, how are you going to build it? If you got the road problem, how are you going to build it and make it succeed? So I'd ask that you would step back and take a little bit more time, get the community behind you. People love their children. They love their schools. They'll support you if it's a plan they buy into. Thank you.
Thank you for being so courteous and so respectful and taking the time to make your public comments tonight. We do appreciate your input. We're going to move on to the consolidation topics now on our agenda and hear some updates relating to the public's concerns, I believe. Mr. Critchfield, you wanted to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, I'll first address the concerns regarding City of Jackson and the letter that was sent. The letter that was sent was part of the notice of preparation, which is part of the environmental impact report. The environmental impact report will be a document that's over 1,000 pages long. We will respond to every aspect of that. It is not a typical letter that is just sent that we turn around and then respond to. It's part of a process through an environmental impact report. So we are 100% prepared to respond to that. And we contend with some of the points that the City of Jackson makes in their letter, including reference to the lift station. It's already been referenced that we're going to talk about sewer. Sewer actually can actually go uphill through what's called a lift station. There's a lift station outside left field of the varsity baseball field at Argonaut High School. There's an easement with the City of Jackson. That lift station also serves the Westview Drive neighborhood because that neighborhood sits at an elevation that's too low to be able to handle the sewer. So we have an easement with the city so that they can dispose of the sewer from that neighborhood. That is not our responsibility. That is 100% on the City of Jackson. Half of Argonaut's campus, basically the area where the gymnasium is, multipurpose room, office, library, those restrooms, the sewer line flows down to the lift station and back up to the top of the hill. The other half of campus, where the ag shop is, the new building, the new special education building, the Trillia building, those sections of campus, the sewer line is gravity fed because they sit at an elevation high enough where they can flow to the hill right near the courthouse and down. The new building that we will be constructing, and this is what we'll be contending with the City of Jackson's letter, because they're asking for us to do a ton of work on that lift station, which again also serves an entire neighborhood that has nothing to do with the school. That new building that will have 2 large student restrooms in it and staff restrooms sits at an elevation 4 feet higher than the ag shop, which allows us to put a gravity-fed sewer line in there. It will not impact the lift station whatsoever, okay? We also, when you talk about the total impact on the sewer of the City of Jackson, we can't ignore the fact that we are closing Jackson Junior High School, and 400 students who attend that campus will no longer be flushing toilets and using sinks every single day. So there will be a decrease in sewer usage coming from Jackson Junior High. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. There's also a reference in the letter to stormwater getting in the lift station. We also have an easement with the City of Jackson for the stormwater, because just like the neighborhood cannot handle the sewer and it has to come through our property, the stormwater from that neighborhood also comes through that our property. And it's the City of Jackson's responsibility to clean that up. And there have been multiple times through the years where the City of Jackson has not cleaned up that area and it has flooded the baseball field and they have had to come in and do that. So I would also urge the City of Jackson that if they think stormwater is getting into the lift station, it may be coming from the stormwater easement, which is their responsibility. So again, yes, under normal circumstances, I would respond to a letter like that immediately, but it is part of a process in the notice of preparation that's part of the environmental impact report, and it will all be responded to in time when that report is done.
I just want to add that there are additional letters that we have received. Over time, we receive them from multiple agencies across the county. For whatever reason, every single one of those letters goes into the EIR. And every single one of those letters will be responded to in that, which is part of that 1,000-page report that we will be discussing later on this evening during my board report as an additional special board meeting, as we have the consultants come in who have completed the EIR, and they will be meeting with the board as well as with our cabinet team for 4 or 5 hours in order to go through that extensive report, and that'll happen next month.
And then last thing about traffic. I know traffic has become a hot button issue, and I've been told by many people what we have to do. This is part of the environmental impact report process as well. Wicklow Way has been referenced many times. The Amador County Transportation Commission's plans have for 20 years called for a Wicklow Way extension and have that project done. I understand why now people are saying, well, why doesn't the school district do it? I would ask, why has the county not completed that project over the last 20 years? It was originally built when Walmart was put in, and I was in high school when Walmart was put in. And I don't know why that road is never finished. It goes right up the hill and it comes to a dead stop. And I can't answer that. But it's county land all the way to Stony Creek. So that would be a county project to complete that road.
So moving along on the agenda item, go ahead.
Can I pause you for a second? I'm going to give the board members a chance to, if they have comments or questions. I'm going to start with the student board members. Would either of you like to ask questions for Mr. Critchfield? If you don't, that's fine.
No, I have no comment.
I have no comment either.
Okay. Mr. Crow, did you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Regarding the traffic study, can you briefly describe for the audience and whoever's at home what that involves as far as the steps that were taken for the traffic study?
Absolutely. And part of what we've done with the environmental impact report, I know a lot of the focus has been on the high school. We are doing a county-wide impact report because it's not just what's happening at the high school. Like I mentioned earlier with sewer, it's what we're taking away at Jackson Junior High. People talk about traffic down in Ione, but the traffic at the current Ione Elementary campus is horrible. And so that is being moved over to the junior high campus, and we have a plan in place for a much improved parent drop-off pickup area, bus drop-off area as well. So all of those things are being factored in. But when you do a traffic study that's for CEQA, for the environmental impact report, it really boils down to looking at one item, and that's vehicle miles traveled, okay? It looks at, through the project of what we are doing, are we increasing the total vehicle miles traveled throughout the county? That's what's being studied, and that's what's being looked at, okay? And the impact of that. When people refer to roads being completed and traffic lights at state highways, that has to do with level of service. And we are working in conjunction with Amador County Transportation Commission, a second phase to the traffic study that is not required in the environmental impact report. So there will be two aspects to what we're doing with traffic. What's in the environmental impact report, we'll look at vehicle miles traveled. What's outside of that, we'll look at level of service. Level of service looks at whether there should be a signal, whether there should be additional roads. But that is not a requirement for the environmental impact report and what we do at the high school campus.
Regarding the issues with the sewer, the lift stations, and the roads, as part of the EIR, has there been any sort of assessment as far as the current condition and if it's meeting the needs of the city?
That is all part of what gets assessed. Looks at the current condition of the roads and the traffic and the intersections and everything, and it compares them to a projection of what it will look like post-consolidation.
Okay.
So both are being looked at.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mrs. Parker?
Yeah, I had a few questions. I did send quite a few questions yesterday. So if we're talking about facilities, I did have some things to ask. For as far as the consolidation stuff, when it comes to these letters and such, and I know we've talked about having a meeting next month in December, but I feel that it's difficult to kind of wrap your brain around all that's going on when I feel that I haven't been updated on stuff in months, and then all of a sudden we're getting kind of front-loaded with a lot of information, and then to have letters come out like this where there's obvious things that have to be mitigated that we haven't heard anything about kind of puts me, I feel, in a bad position because I'm getting asked questions about things that I have zero idea about. And that makes me not look so great sometimes, which I don't like to look like that. As far as the consolidation goes, when I was looking through the plans that were put in the agenda, it looks like the gym and bleacher capacity is around, the practical use says 850 people. And I'm pretty sure the number of students enrolled is said to be 1,263 students in the EIR draft. What is the plan for that to work?
So again, that's just bleacher capacity. If you're talking about having a school-wide assembly, floor seating can be utilized. That gym will fit nearly 1,400 people when that addition is made, if you use floor seating.
I'm sorry, we can't.
Can't speak.
I'm sorry, we cannot have outbursts from the audience.
I'll never come back, but you're going to double the traffic. You're going to build the facilities in a year and a half and fix the sewer and everything.
No one is going to listen if you cannot follow the rules. I'm sorry. take your exit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for leaving.
Calm down.
We do appreciate it. I'm sorry, Mrs. Parker. You were getting an answer to your question?
I'm asking questions in hopes that everybody gets answers that I think we all have on our mind. So if we could please just listen to the answers, that would be super fantastic. Okay. Were you done? I'm sorry. Yeah. Did we even finish that question? Go ahead.
People can laugh all they want. I have the architectural plans. It's 1,392 capacity using the gym floor. Can show you the layout of the chairs if you want.
Okay. And then on that note, also with the gym, what is the timeline for building a new gym with a larger capacity, and how do we expect to get funding for it?
And again, this goes back to the bond not passing in November. That gymnasium is going to cost anywhere between $18 and $20 million. So as we continue through this process, we will reassess whether or not we go out for another bond measure, a sales tax, when we look at selling property to be able to see if we can do a gymnasium. But there is no current funding for a gymnasium.
Okay. I was also looking in, and I just want to be clear that I am in no way a construction person or great at reading plans. But it looked like in the kitchen renovations, it doesn't add a ton of prep space with only one new stove and a walk-in refrigerator freezer. Is this adequate for the amount of meals that we prepared on campus every day? And how will be
It is multiple new stoves, and the walk-ins are outside, so it creates a lot more square footage.
Okay.
Argonaut is a kitchen that historically has served other schools as well, so it is prepped meals not just for its own campus, but to serve it. There were times when it served all of Jackson Junior High, taking meals to Independence High School and others. So there is enough in the expansion. This is working directly with our food service director, Mike Pingree, on this plan. That will be plenty of prep space and kitchen space to be able to feed all those students.
Okay. And then this one's kind of a lot of questions, so if I need to repeat one, just let me know. How many portable buildings are we bringing in, and from which facility are they coming from? I'll start with that. Go ahead. I'll start with that.
5, and they're all coming from Jackson Junior High School. So the upper portion of Jackson Junior High School, where the current office is, there's an office building that is essentially a double portable, and then there are 4 other portables that are general classrooms. Those buildings were put in 2005. They're still in good repair, have an estimated lifespan of 30 to 40 years. So those 5 buildings will be moved to the campus to allow the capacity, because again, with the bond not passing, we had a much larger building in the bond plans. We have downscaled that 2-story building, which the board saw all the way back on February 8th of this year, which does include the 4 science labs that was in the original plan and 6 regular classrooms. And then we will add the 5 other buildings from Jackson Junior High.
Okay. You kind of summed up a lot of my questions there. Okay. As far as the fine arts building, with the original consolidation plan, we were going to have a new fine arts building. With the new plan, we don't have that. Currently, it's my understanding that Argonaut students use their multi-purpose room for drama and performances. With the consolidated school, we will be expected to field freshman, JV, and varsity sports teams for each sport, boys and girls. With that number of teams, it seems we will be needing to use that space for sports practices a good chunk of time. Where does that leave our fine arts programs? Will they be traveling to junior high campus to use facilities? I'll leave it at that.
So fine arts can still use the multipurpose room. Our plans are, again, we are not getting rid of the Jackson Junior High campus. The newest building on that campus will be used for state preschool and special ed preschool. The gymnasium will still be used. That will become essentially a second gym to the high school. And so for some after-school practices and other things, the high school students will go to Jackson Junior High for those practices, so that fine arts can still use the building for their purposes.
Okay. And then are we expected to see the full EIR in December? That's what we kind of talked about. Okay. My next question is that in the draft EIR, it states that preschool and TK and special ed preschool will be at Jackson Junior High School campus, but it states that only restrooms and fixtures will have to be updated. To me, that seems odd considering there aren't any playgrounds or equipment there, and the campus is not fenced for our special needs preschool students who are slated to move there, which my son will be there, and that concerns me.
So fencing and playgrounds don't fall under environmental impact. So that's why it's not included in environmental impact, but we 100% have plans for fencing and age-appropriate playgrounds for that program.
Okay.
That's also only preschool, not TK.
Yeah, not TK.
Okay. In the draft EIR, it also states that in the future we'll be selling Cedar Creek Primary and Ione Elementary campuses. Does the school district actually own the facilities? And if not, what is that process to selling those campuses? And do we have an estimate of how much we're expecting to get from the sale of each property, knowing the market can shift, obviously? And where will that money be going from?
So again, this is part of the county-wide EIR. We don't have any plans in this first phase of moving Sutter Creek Primary to the elementary school, but that is being studied as part of the EIR. So in the future, if we move forward in another phase, we can do that. I'll probably have Dr. Gibson talk about the selling of property. We would get that appraised. There's the Naylor Act, which we follow, and that would come into play. And it's an incredibly long and complex process when you're selling property.
Okay. I was looking at the timeline that was posted, and it says the transportation analysis was slated to be completed in September of 2023, but it wasn't mentioned at all. Are those two separate things, and are they completed? How does that work?
So that comes back to how we split the transportation study and went beyond what's required in EIR. So it's taken a little bit longer because we added the level of service aspect, which will be outside of the EIR, but we had the transportation consultants add a little bit more to that. So that's why it's taken a little bit more time, because we just want to have the full scope.
Okay. And then we have a loan amount of $16 million to complete phase 1 of this process. But what happens if the bids that we get for all of the construction work that needs to be completed simultaneously comes back more than that $16 million that we
It was
have?
$16.75 million, and we have built that buffer in. And so what we have projected in whatever comes back on the pricing, it has a built-in buffer. So if those buildings end up costing a little bit more than we anticipated, it's built into that loan amount.
Okay. And I think that's it for right now. Thank you, Jared.
I had a few questions. Coming in here, you have a game plan, and then it switches up. In my head anyway. So based on what you've gone over thus far, my first question when you explained regarding this letter is, in the process that you're talking about for this letter from the city, or what is the acronym? EIR or COE, or the report?
Yep.
When are we included in that process for informing?
So the draft EIR, it's on the timeline and an agenda item later tonight that we'll get to, will be made public on December 15th. We'll be proposing that the board have a study session near that time when it goes public to be able to go over that. There's a 45-day public review with a public comment period that we then respond to. And then there's one last comment period of 10 days from cities and other municipalities that would comment, and then we anticipate bringing to the board the final EIR for approval in early March. So you will have the draft in December.
So in the process that you just explained, we are included in that process in December?
Correct.
When did we originally vote to do this?
In May.
All right.
It's a long process.
Right. This is an important one, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Like, so much stuff has transpired since the original to supposedly this part of the process for us.
I have 1 to 4 environmental impact report meetings every single week, and I have since May.
I have not had any since I voted on.
Yeah, that's again, that's the job of staff, right? To do all this for you, to have it ready.
Right.
So that's what I've been working on.
So the lift station that you speak about, in my head, I'm thinking like it's an apparatus of some sort, or what is a lift station?
It pushes the sewage uphill.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Has that ever failed?
Yes.
Will it continue to fail?
I don't know. Again, it's operated by the city of Jackson.
Okay. That concerns me. I mean, we can't depend on something that's gonna fail all the time, right? I don't know.
I wouldn't say it fails all the time. They did upgrades to it just a few years ago.
Okay. Who does the road reports? And the reason I ask that is because, like, the way my brain thinks is like, when are they gonna do that? Is it gonna provide accurate data for new vehicles? Are they gonna, how do you say that, mimic this new traffic that's gonna be riding on these roads? Are they gonna take that into consideration, or are they just gonna go based on what's there right now, happening right now?
So they look at enrollment, they look at current enrollment, and they look at the traffic, and they literally sit at these intersections and roads and count cars, watch traffic, time delays, do all of that. And then they look at what the projected enrollment will be, and then they factor that in as to what the increase would be into that traffic. They obviously can't mimic what the traffic will be like, right? Because it hasn't happened yet, but they base it on the current status and then project out based on our enrollment projection.
And that's a later down the road phase of this whole process?
The traffic study is nearly complete. It will be folded into the draft environmental impact report. The portion that focus on vehicle miles traveled will be folded in to the draft EIR that comes out in December.
Okay. 5 portables?
Correct.
I remember us joking about the whole portable situation that this county has just dealt with for a very long time. Do we feel that that's the best we can do?
With the money we have, yes. And this is where people have misconstrued what was said about the bond. We said we would not use any bond money to build portables, okay? But again, as we've downsized this project, we do have portables that are in good shape, and those Jackson Junior High ones are in good shape. There are 22 portables on Ione Elementary's campus, and I think 17 of them are past their lifespan. And those will not be used again.
What is, for Ione, a comment was made regarding the railroad situation. I've had that concern in my head as well. Is there any content that you can share with us regarding
We will
that?
fence in everything we need to meet the requirements for the railroad.
Okay, that's all for right now.
Thank you, Mr. Marzano. Mr. Whitaker, did you have any additional questions?
Well, yeah, when if the consolidation does take place and the state preschool and the Little Ponies preschool moves down to Jackson Junior High, those portables would be used on the Argonaut campus?
Yes.
So
the special ed preschool is actually in the new building on Argonaut's campus. And then 2 portables are being used by state preschool. So those 4 classrooms would become available for the high school.
So the new building outside of Trillia, the Stony Creek building, would be also used for classrooms?
Correct.
So we're gaining classrooms there by moving the preschool off the high school campus, which, you know, although it's nice there so kids can go over and maybe help with the TA to learn about those sort of kids and everything, it's a better separation of, you know, smaller kids versus high school kids not on the same campus that way. So we're going to be gaining some space there.
Correct.
And using some portables that are already on the campus, which are not new, but they're still in good repair, and we can use those for classroom.
Correct.
Okay. So, yeah, that does it for now.
Okay.
Ms. Julia?
I'm going to reserve my questions and my comments to I'll just give mine all at once, if that's okay. There's been a ton of questions, and I feel like anything that I was going to ask has been asked tonight. So,
Julia, can I ask one more question?
of course.
And I think we've talked about it last spring or summer. The new classroom building and anything that's new construction, they would be designed in a way so that they could be expanded for the future. Is that correct?
So the new classroom building on the high school campus?
Yeah.
Or the Ione Junior campus?
Well, I guess I'm talking about the high school campus.
Yeah, so if you go back to what was in the bond plan, we had a larger building with more classrooms that was going to be at the front of campus, right in front of the small parking lot circle by the office. When we downsized the building, we moved the location of the building so that we could leave that front area of campus vacant for future construction. So the building that's been designed is not set up to expand. It is tucked in between a row of portables, the Culinary Science Building, and the Trillia Building. So it will not be expandable.
So I guess I should say the planning is taking into account that if there's additional new construction, that the layout allows that without having to impact any new construction, any
Correct.
damaging or removing anything that is in existence.
Correct. And that's why when we designed that new building, we originally looked at the location of the larger building that was in the bond plan, and then we're able to see that we could fit that in a different location, leaving that vacant area, because it's a large area at the front of campus that is not being used, and intentionally we're leaving that area open for future construction.
Thank you.
Did anyone else have any additional questions before we move on?
I do, sorry. I'm stuck on this lift gate. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I've talked more about sewer in the last year, James, than I ever thought I would, so it's fine.
Yeah. Is there any way, like, and the reason I say that, I mean, honestly, I'm stuck on this letter because, like, I'm thinking, but for some reason this lift gate stuck in my head. Like, can we have the city provide us with, like, some sort of report regarding this lift gate? If it's filled, I feel like this is an important thing. If the city gave us a letter regarding, and the topic was wastewater, not to disregard any of the other topics that are in this letter either, but just for some reason the lift gate sticks in my head.
Yeah, again, this will all be part of the environmental impact report and our response to that, and we will work with the city. And if there's a portion of that where we have to contribute, if the improvements are identified, then we will do that.
In my head, I'm thinking as though, damn, that's too late. Like, we're moving so fast.
But again, James, that's back to my point, that the assumption in that letter is that the new building will be adding sewage that goes down to that lift station. And like I explained earlier, the new building will not be adding to that lift station. It will be gravity fed out the other end of campus. And so that, again, that, to me, there are false assumptions in that letter, because yeah, if that new building, the sewage was flowing down to the lift station, then there would be more validity to what they're saying with the increase in usage, but we're not adding to the increase in usage with the new building. And again, that lift station does not solely serve Argonaut High School, it serves the entire neighborhood adjacent.
Right. I mean, who are a part of us, right? I mean.
But again, this gets between like
We
city
gotta worry about
responsibility
that
and
too.
school district responsibility, right? I mean, it's not, just because the lift station sits on our campus doesn't make it 100% our responsibility. That's why there's an easement in place,
Yeah,
and the city of
get it.
Jackson is in charge of it.
I mean, the whole easement topic is a different meeting, I would assume. I mean, I hear you.
Those easements have been in place for many, many decades. So those are what they are. It's an agreement that we have, and we have them all over the county, depending on, I mean, we almost went into another easement over at Ione Elementary at one point when I first got here. So they're very common. I think the main focus for us is that we are in charge of educating our kids. Other entities in the county are in charge of other aspects, and we do work together, and we will continue to work together with them. Some of this, although it's not so pleasant, has actually opened the door for Jared and I to have those meetings with those agencies for us to help them as well, because some of this is also Caltrans issue. It's not our own agencies, and so we need to help support them to put that pressure on Caltrans, and that is starting to happen. So although we hear all the negative and all of the, the uproar about certain topics, we also have many positives that have come of the agencies coming together, sitting at the same table, having conversations that has never happened in this county before.
I hear you, and just where I am standing right now, I struggle because even the last sentence is all new to me. And I just struggle sitting here with moving forward with anything with new information.
Okay.
I'm all for it.
I think, Mr. Marzano, I think you and I could have an off-the-record conversation about the fact that no, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm being very honest that board members reach out all the time with questions, and we are going to work on a communication plan to get out additional information with our communication specialists. We have a document tonight that we put together that aligns consolidation with our strategic plan, those functions, and we are dedicated to ensuring that we continue to get out additional regular information about this topic. We have it as a standing item on the agenda. That's something that President Burns and I spoke about a couple weeks ago, and this will be a consistent agenda item to ensure that that doesn't happen.
Mr. Whitaker, he has another question. I'm going to let him go, and you can.
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question, looking at what Mr. Marzano's been talking about, the lift station, and just a quick reading of this. The city of Jackson is basing this upon how much water we use on the campus. So they're measuring how much water we use, not where it goes after it gets used, because obviously if you use it in one part of the campus, it goes down to the lift station, but the water used in other parts of campus, like the ag shop, like you're talking, and the restroom out there, and the Trillia building, goes down. It doesn't go down to the lift station. So I think, because they always measure the fresh water, they never measure the amount of wastewater that you use, you know, so I'm.
Yeah, there are obviously formulas they can use based on the amount of fresh water used. They can figure out how much sewage is being used. But when you have a campus that's split in two on where the wastewater goes, you would have to factor those in as essentially two separate entities.
Yeah, and, you know, whether you put in another water meter or whatever, which
correct
is that. So that's something that I saw that, you know, I'm sure that you have looked at and have presented to the city. So, you know, I just wanted to bring that clear.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Marzano? We can come back. We can proceed to the presentations because we still have 3 more to go.
Yeah, no, I don't want to drag it along. I also didn't want to like make it seem like the liftgate was the main reason. These also are. These are all some of the emails that I received from family members and people in the community. I couldn't print them all out because I stopped at 3 p.m.
Absolutely. Did you have anything to conclude, Mr. Critchfield?
Well, we kind of jumped into questions before I got to the presentation on the gymnasium and the kitchen. Kayla hit on those. The updated plans are in there. As stated in this, the wall so the Argonaut gym was originally designed. Lots of people have asked, well, why is the foyer so big? It's because when it was originally built, it wasn't a foyer, it was the cafeteria. And so the wall between the foyer and the gymnasium is not load-bearing. And so as part of this, to extend and add more bleacher capacity, that wall would come down, and we would add more bleachers coming out that end that would fill up a large portion of the foyer to add another 175 bleacher seats to the gym. That was all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Critchfield. Dr. Gibson, should we start with number 1 now for academics, or did you want to?
The academics portion will be presented at the next board meeting. Mrs. Pichette will have that ready to go. We were doing some additions to that. We already did the facilities piece. Mr. Hunkins, I know you're here. I don't know if you want to add anything for athletics at this point. No? Okay, he's like, no, thank you. On the general, before we get to item 11-4A, one of the items there is the consolidation alignment with the strategic plan. If you want to pull up that document, Lori, if you'll please put that up on the screen. So one of the things that we spent some time in the last few days putting together was an alignment with all of the actions. So this document on the cover sheet looks the same as our strategic plan, other than we changed the title. And as you go down into page 2, 3, and 4 of the document, what we did is we took the action items and transferred them over to how they relate to consolidation. And you'll see the multiple bullet points, everything from improving master scheduling and efficiency for teachers not having to teach multiple preps, teachers not having to travel, students not being able to travel, And so we took the language, so when you see the A through E headers, those are directly from our strategic plan. And then all of the items below in the bullets are new concepts. They're not new, they were just taken from all of our previous documents and put into this language so that it aligns with our strategic plan, so that the board could see the various aspects of how our current strategic plan that the board approved on July 26th aligns with consolidation. There's a lot of detail in this report. I won't go through it line by line. I urge you to please read through it. We would be happy to go through it line by line at a different time if you would like. And I'd be happy to answer any questions either now or in the future going forward. We uploaded this today as we finally got it completed. Some of the highlights, as an example on E, if you look down on E towards the end of the third to last bullet, under the WASC accreditation, all high schools are WASC accredited. Consolidation allows us to really synthesize that a little bit and have one WASC accreditation instead of 4. That's a huge undertaking for our staff. It's really difficult to do with a smaller group. When you have a larger staff, it does make that easier. CTE is a huge advocate here in this consolidation plan. I'll let Mrs. Pichette speak more about that next week, but essentially CTE courses will be offered down into the 7th grade. That's a highlight. There's many on here. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to ask each board member individually if they have questions. Student board members, did you have questions yet?
No.
Okay.
I don't have questions either.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Crow?
One question. I guess first off, I would like to tell everyone that thank you for the emails. I've read everyone, and I appreciate you taking the time to contact us and me. It helps me to get feedback from the public. One question I had as far as the education, I do recall a couple emails where parents pointed out that the missed opportunities for their students because a class was not offered because there was not enough students to take the class. And then when they moved on to higher education, they had to do extra work or, they were slowed in their progress. Is there any kind of a database or anything that we could use to kind of say, yeah, this is how many students that have basically, we failed and to provide them the opportunities that we should have?
Yes, actually, we've been working on a full updated master schedule as we go into consolidation. That's one thing we wanted to look at is our staffing, current staffing allocations and what that would look like, where our holes would be, where we might have some overages, where we could look at expanding programs into the junior high, foreign language being one of them. And we can definitely bring that back to the next board meeting if you would like to see the difference between a current master schedule compared to the consolidated master schedule. You'll be able to see we have a lot less singleton courses. So singletons are courses offered one time throughout the year, sometimes even one time a semester, and that's it. So if a student wants to be, let's say, an ASB and take AP statistics, and if it falls at the same period, there's nothing we can do because they're both singleton courses. So students have to make choices. When you have a larger student body, you can have often, you will cut your singletons often by half or more, and we can bring you all of that data at the next board meeting if you'd like that.
I think that'd be good.
Okay.
I guess last question, and it involves athletics. I know that people are it's a hot topic of discussion, and I am aware of one student who I guess was unable to compete in a team event because she was the only student. Is the district aware if there's any other issues like that? I recall when I was coaching at Argonaut, I believe some of the freshman teams, they had a hard time fielding a full basketball team at some time of the season. I'm just wondering, are we keeping data or are we keeping some kind of record to show that as far as when we have such small teams, are we denying students the opportunity to be part of a team sport?
Yes, we often do not field 3 teams. We sometimes have to have one coach for both. High school swimming is one of them at times, not always, but at moments when students choose not to participate in that sport. Again, that's something I could work with Mr. Hunkins and we can bring you some of that data just in general for kind of what our sports teams currently look like and how often we have certain teams. So there are times that we don't have enough students to field even the 2 teams necessarily, so we pull up our younger students to play with older students, which physiologically it just isn't always the right thing to do when you have 14 and 15-year-olds playing against 17 and 18-year-olds on a field.
To be added to that, would it be possible to get costs for fielding, for the total costs to the district for fielding 2 varsity football teams, 2 varsity basketball teams, JV? To me, it seems like that's double the cost, but it might be a little different. If that's possible, I think that would be good to have for a presentation.
Yes, we can provide that. One of the biggest, I would say probably, and Jared can correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the largest expenses for that is transportation. When we're transporting 2 teams that are very small throughout the entire school year, multiple teams often go. We can provide you costs for that. We'll provide our current numbers for sports teams. We'll put all this in the next board packet for you.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of look over the past few years, not necessarily just this last year. Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt, Shane.
Yep. We'll probably need to go back. We can only go back to the pandemic, so we'll just have a couple years. Because pre-pandemic, the numbers are definitely different. Okay.
Mrs. Parker?
I don't have any questions on this at this time.
Okay. Mr. Marzano, did you have any questions related to this?
The teams that Mr. Crow was discussing, having 2 varsity, 2 JV, maybe you should talk to the bigger schools. Pittsburgh High School, for instance, they have a varsity A, varsity B, bigger schools have those. I would like to know what they feel about that and how that is good or not good for the student athlete.
Having 2 sets of teams, you mean?
Yes,
Never heard of that.
they do. Yeah.
I don't doubt it.
It's not common, but when you have lots of student athletes, you have to accommodate some way or another, and some would say it's not equitable, some would say, it's
It's a debate.
It's interesting,
Sure.
and I think that data should be provided as well.
Okay.
Mr. Whitaker?
Just a general comment. I like the idea of the school consolidation updates. One of the things that I've heard in the numerous letters that I've received, and I've read, like the other board members, I've read each one up until about 5 o'clock when I got here. So if you send it after 5, I haven't read it yet, but I will, is the lack of information out there. And I really like the idea that we're looking at ways to expand that so people are informed. People's ideas are very important, their thoughts are very important, and it's important that we hear them. So I'm glad that everybody who submitted a letter had. You probably got a reply from me that says, yes, I read your letter. And that's, because I did, and not sharing any other thoughts, just getting your input, and that was very good, and I hope that we do a better job of it. And as we might have mentioned, we need to do a better job of it. Maybe have meetings on the radio or something once a month, or a once a month newsletter. I think I heard that someplace, where we get information out there. I know we get information, but the public needs to get information too.
wholeheartedly agree with that statement. I would like to go on to 11.4A at this time.
Sure.
Are there any other additional questions before we move on to 4A?
Regarding consolidation?
It is still consolidation.
Okay. I had a couple more questions. I just don't know where in this they should or are allowed.
If they're not related to the mascot, et cetera, then ask them now.
They're not related. I'm stuck on the portables again. So in my head, being a simple guy, colors and shapes, I think like, oh my gosh, it's gonna cost this to do that. But 10 years down the road, it's gonna cost again to redo it, no?
So again, those portables have another 15.
I just use the portables as a
That's fine. No, we can
not
talk about
necessarily
those
that.
5 portables. Those portables have a good 15 to 20 years left in them. The cost of moving a portable is going to be in the neighborhood of 50 to 75,000 versus a brand new portable is $500,000.
Sure.
So I mean, when you look at the contrast in the upfront cost of that and the fact that it gives us another 15 to 20 years, I mean, it's significant. It's a significant difference financially.
Is there anything, or I should say like, at what point is this project, or what would make this project stop? I mean, we could probably take answers to that question till midnight, but, or there's one, I don't know. Like, what could make this stop?
At this point in time, with everything that the board has approved, we have everything we need to move the project forward.
Right, but what could make this stop?
That would have to be,
It's a board decision.
that would have to be a board decision.
The process of this was a board decision to begin with.
Absolutely.
And so it's the direction that we take from the board, which has pushed us down this path where we are. And so it's a board decision to make it stop.
So, other than us, what in the process that you guys have told us to trust you in handling, what could make it stop? Like, we hit a cat, or we do something to where they're like, nope, this has to stop. Like, seriously. Though.
I think what James is trying to ask is there anything in the process of the CEQA or the studies that we've had to do that would derail consolidation?
No.
No. No,
Is that your question?
It was. I mean, if that's the only thing that could stop this in the process, then, okay.
Yeah, we have not identified anything in the environmental impact report that would prevent us from moving forward, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, and not just the EIR, but just anything in this process, like.
Well, that's the two big.
Other than us.
The 3 big aspects to this.
Yes.
Are the environmental impact report, approved plans by the state architect, not by anybody local. We have to follow the Division of State Architect for our plans, and the funding. Funding was approved by the board. State architect is in process. EIR is nearly complete. So based on those 3 things, there's nothing that would stop it.
Jared,
So,
sorry. One follow-up. Can you provide data as far as, I know I heard figures from one of the speakers earlier. Were those figures pretty close to accurate?
Yeah, so there was a reference to the Facilities Utilization Master Plan, which the board approved in February of 2022. So again, costs would need to be adjusted in that based on inflation and everything that's gone on in the construction world. But those are linked in the document that Tori referenced. That's on the general number 4 under consolidation. There are links to those documents. So there's 2 documents I would encourage you to look at. The one represents what was in the Facility Utilization Master Plan, which was $168 million in overall need for the district that was identified. Out of that $168 million, $78 million was identified as critical needs in the school district. And there's a link to that document as well. Of the $78 million in critical needs, I'm not looking at anything, so don't quote me on this, but of the $78 million, $39 million of that 78 critical needs were concentrated at 2 campuses, Jackson Junior High School and Ione Elementary School. So those documents are linked in the document that Dr. Gibson talked about earlier.
If you go to page 3 of the consolidation alignment with strategic plan document and you go to the 3rd page, item C, that completely outlines all of the facilities. And we did link all of those documents just to make it easy for everyone to find.
And or is there a table that would show that, say this need was delayed 3 years, 4 years, does it generate what the actual cost would be if there was a huge delay of
So we
several
get
years?
construction estimates frequently, and then prevailing wage. Most projects we do, whoever is doing the project has to follow prevailing wage, so we get those every year on what the prevailing wage price would be. And so you're looking at, in the last couple of years, I mean, construction's been going up about 10 to 12% a year.
Okay, thank you.
One more question, I'm sorry. Are any of our buildings in our district, wherever we're gonna do work at, purchased by grant money that prohibits us from doing anything with those or moving them? Or I think Trillia is why. I could be wrong, that's why I didn't want to use
Not
that
any of the
building.
buildings that we're going to be moving, no.
No, not the ones we're moving. But we do have buildings in the district that were grant funded. I mean, James, you were a part of the 3 special ed buildings that were grant funded.
Yeah.
Those are permanent buildings, they're not going anywhere. But yeah, there's nothing that's grant funded that would get in the way of that.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Don't apologize. Did you guys, I'm going to head down to the end. Did you have follow-up questions? No? Mr. Whitaker?
Yeah, I have a few things that I want to address, several points which were brought up in many of the letters that I received. One of the complaints is the district has not spent their money well in the past 40 years, or in the past. And I've been associated with the district for nearly 40 years through many different superintendents, chief business officials, and previous school boards. Many times priorities left our school facilities without repair, compounded with their age, which have led to their current conditions. This is not a result of our current board, superintendent, chief business official. Just a few short years ago, our district and county office of education had a qualified budget where the state gave us a state advisor where we were close in being in a position not of being able to meet our financial obligations. Now we have a positive certification of our budget and with a better reserve to meet emergencies. We did not have a facilities master plan that was talked about here. We knew the status of our buildings and grounds, knowing that now we have one, so we know what our buildings and grounds need to be repaired. I remember back before the bond measure in the early 2000s when I was teaching, I was in a portable that 3 days after it rained, I was still gathering raindrops in multiple garbage cans when a board member walked on campus after school where I called him over to observe this. And that next summer, I received a new roof. The students deserve this. Another concern is how the plans have changed since Measure H did not pass. Many people were led to believe that if Measure H was defeated, so would the consolidation. These were These are two different items. The board was presented with consolidation prior to the bond being placed on the ballot. When asked to approve a bond, you had specific items where you would be spending the money on, and if the bond failed, the ideas that were presented for the bond needed to be adjusted with phases rather than just one big plan. The original ideas are still there, just not to be done at once. Funding for this has been done by borrowing the value of the current district property by means of a certificate of participation. I would compare that to taking out a second mortgage on your house to make improvements on your property. When individuals make a large ticket purchase, such as a home or vehicle, we have dreams of what we would like. We look how much money we have and how much we can borrow and afford to pay back. Then we decide on a model of vehicle or location of our house before the purchase. If we don't get approved for the loan, we reevaluate our purchase options, and maybe we get a different model or a smaller house, but we don't give up on our dreams. We keep working towards them, hoping to make them happen. We just need to take smaller steps to reach our goal. Thank you.
I just want to comment that there are still 4 speakers who want to make public comment on one of our later agenda items. So at this time, I'm going to move us along so that we don't keep our speakers waiting longer. So we're ready for 11-4A.
Yes. So I'm going to do a quick overview, and then I'm going to pass it to our amazing student board members because they have put in hours and hours on this topic. I have had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with them and their classmates, as well as with Mr. Brewer in the last week or two. So at the last board meeting, the board requested that we get additional student input. So what we did is we took the community input. We wanted to make sure that that input was valued because we did have a large turnout. And through that process, we got to the place where we are currently. Mr. Brewer and I went out multiple times and met with both ASB classes. These two young ladies worked with their classes and really led the way of discussion to get us to this point. And I'm going to pass it to them because since we met last, I was on the phone with both of them multiple times today in the middle of all of their sports and classes and normal teenage life. They took the time to reach out quite a few times to ask questions, to provide information to the other students across their campus, and so that they were prepared for tonight. So I don't know who would like to go first.
Okay, I'll go first. So I'll just basically explain the process we went through first. So after the last board meeting, when we decided to go to the students and staff and see how they felt about the name and mascot of the new high school, we had a survey sent out to the entire student body and staff, and it happened at once. So every student was like directed to log on and vote. Obviously, you didn't have to vote, but it was just like one given time period during class so that everyone had the opportunity to vote. After the whole voting process happened, Peyton and I met with Dr. Gibson and Mr. Brewer, and we kind of went over the data and what the consensus was. And then they met individually with our ASB classes. So they went to Amador first, and they kind of came to a consensus as to what two names and what two mascots would be on the next ballot that would go to the student body and staff. And then they came to Argonaut the next day when we had ASB and talked with our class, and we did the exact same thing. So if you want to share kind of like what happened at your school, and then I can piggyback off of that.
So we did the same thing to where like we had a class period like dedicated to just like a voting time, and then our ASB class had multiple class periods dedicated to just focusing on the mascot colors and names of the new consolidated school. And we came to an agreement for a couple of options that will be discussed in a moment. But actually, I'll get started with those now. We came to our ASB, Amador ASB, came to an agreement that we wanted Thunder Ridge and Legacy, and then we wanted navy gold, black and white, and then light blue gold, light gray and white, and then navy, light blue, gold and white. And then the mascots were mountain lions, and then we had a thunderbolt. But that was before Argonaut that was like the options that were taken to Argonaut, and then we came to another agreement with Argonaut's ASB, and we have new information now. And our ASB, we really like want just like a new start for the consolidated school. We don't really want to like base it off of like the old, like the Amador High School and the Mustangs. Like we like understand that that's like history, but we really want this school to be a new start for everyone, to get everyone to have a fresh start and for everyone to feel like unified. So we don't want there to be anything to like divide the students when they come to the new school. And I'm sure like most people would like the students to feel like a family and not just like they're separated because of colors and because of like names, and just because like we don't want to like assume someone's identity as they're coming onto a new campus. And we
do like the current options that were presented to our ASB class on this previous Friday. We really like the names and the mascots that were presented that will be voted upon Thursday, I believe. And then I talked today with Miss Gibson and Maeve about having navy blue be put back on the ballot instead of a purple option, because that was like one of the options that was voted on before this meeting, and Amador would really like appreciate if, or like we don't have like a problem with navy being put on instead of purple, because that was one of the options that we put forward. And yeah, that's all I have to say for right now.
Okay, so after Amador had their meeting with Dr. Gibson and Mr. Brewer, they kind of came to our class because we had it the following day, and they presented what Amador came up with and like their ideas. And we were pretty in agreement. We liked the idea of having Thunder Ridge Mountain Lions. I don't think there was many people who really liked Legacy or the Thunderbolt, but it was something that we could live with, and we were pretty sure that the Mountain Lions and Thunder Ridge was kind of going to be the winner already. But after speaking, like after that time had kind of passed, and after the proposed ballots had been posted with those options to vote on, I heard a lot of comments from just other students and even staff around campus that were concerned with Amador County High School and Mustangs not being on the ballot. But I understand that that is coming from Argonaut, and there's a lot of opposition to that over at Amador. And so I don't know if putting that back on the ballot would create more like disunity. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because that's what I've been hearing on my campus. But yeah.
Maeve, will you talk a little bit about the navy gold, black and white option instead of the purple too, please?
Yeah. We kind of, in our ASB class yesterday, we kind of did like a little anonymous survey where we had just like a note card, and we kind of just wrote down our thoughts. And then me and our ASB advisor went through them today and just kind of like took tallies on what we found and what were like the most common remarks. And a lot of people really weren't super happy with the teal color combination and the light blue color combination with the gold, but we really liked the navy blue and the gold. And even though navy blue is one of Amador's colors, we still felt like that was one of our favorite color options.
So with that being said, is there anything else either of you want to add? Are you good for now? You can chime in at any time too along the way. Okay. So you have the sample ballot here. I think now it's up to the board to give direction, both to myself as well as the two student board members as to what you would like us to do at this point in time. The reason why the Amador Mustangs concept was removed from this sample ballot was because after we did the voting of the students and staff, it was voted that 61% of students and staff wanted something other than Amador High School, and 70% of staff wanted and students wanted something other than the Mustang, which is why it was removed after we did the initial vote with them from the survey data from the community. So at this point, our plan, so we created this sample ballot with where we are now. It sounds like both student groups would like the navy, gold, black, and white to go back on in place of purple. Is that correct?
Yes.
Remove the purple option. Okay, leave the other two color options, correct? Okay, so we'd have three color options along with the two names and two mascots that they've proposed. And so we'd like some direction from the board on that.
At this time, I'm gonna, again, poll for questions. So, Mr. Crow.
Is there any way to, I guess, combine all the ideas from the initial discussion that we had, from the survey, and then the ones that were discussed tonight? I just think that we should try to include everything that was discussed. We had a very popular first choice. Now we have a popular, or I guess, two choices with the schools. I guess I want to just make sure that we try to, I don't know if the word is appease everyone, but try to make it where it's more of a unifying, and I just don't know if we're getting there with this. And I know it's, you have two schools that have been rivals for years. I completely understand. So I'm hoping that instead of this being something that divides the community, I hope we find a way to make this an opportunity to bring the community together.
So with this ballot, we can add or change anything we want to on this ballot. This is strictly just a sample ballot based on going kind of through that process that the board requested.
So that's what I would like is just to add all the options that have been discussed in this and as well as the previous board meeting.
Are you wanting that to go out to everyone, to the community and students and staff, or are you wanting it just to students this time? I think that's kind of where we need the direction.
I know that in emails that I've received, quite a few people feel like it's a community-wide decision, that not just schools. And I think it's only right that we involve everyone that we can to be heard. And I'm not sure how it would be decided publicly, but I had numerous emails, and I think a lot of them we got copied on the same. But this mascot and the color is a hot topic, and I just hope we find a solution to unify everyone instead of everyone battling about colors and mascots. And
So the only thing that was removed at this point was the Amador for the name and the Mustang for the mascot. We can add those back on. We can create a QR code. Is Haley, yeah, Haley's still here. We can create a QR code with the Google survey that will then only allow one email address at a time to respond. So it's really only a one response per person. We can definitely go that route. That's why we're wanting direction from the board about what the board wants on that survey and who they want to participate in that survey.
And I definitely don't want it to look like Shane's trying to dictate anything. I'm throwing out my 2 cents and trying to find a resolution to this.
I mean, the hardest part is when we have 3, then we get some vote splitting that takes place. So it might be better if we can get it down to 2 for the name and the mascot. So it's going to make it much more clear cut than if we include Amador and the Mustang back on there. That's not a problem. It's just a matter of that vote splitting, which is what happened when we had it with the students and the staff.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Mrs. Parker?
Yeah. I want to say thank you to Peyton and Maeve for taking all that initiative and time and working with your students across the way and things like that. It's a lot of work that has been put into all of this stuff. But firstly, I think I want to say that I am grateful to live in a community that shows up, uses their voices mostly appropriately, and stands for their children and what they believe is the right thing, and not just for their own children, but others as well. It's a huge reason I ran for school board in the first place, as the reason certainly wasn't to try to be the most popular person in the room or for the super large paycheck. I have 3 children of my own. One is severely disabled, and I wanted to do as much as I can to ensure that they get what they need, as well as the other children in this district. I am a 4th-generation resident of Amador County and a 3rd-generation graduate of Amador High School. I was not on the school board when consolidation was voted on. And as a community member, I was actually on the fence about it. When I decided I was going to run, I started going to consolidation information meetings and began looking into the planning, and I came of the mindset that although I've always loved our 2 high schools, our traditions, and our crosstown rivalry, that in today's economic climate, the complex and pretty minute amount of school funding that we actually have, and the poor physical state of many of our school campuses due to decades of previous mismanagement, felt that consolidation was the best route, especially given the plan that was presented. I recognize that the bond asks for a very large sum of money, but I truly feel that if we were spending and investing that kind of money anywhere, it should be on our children, giving them the tools and experiences to be productive members of society, which unfortunately seems to be dwindling. After the bond didn't pass, which if we were being honest, it's really not that surprising for our community, the plans for our consolidation have drastically changed, which again is not surprising given the change in funding to $16 million. While I do believe that consolidation of our schools is necessary, I feel that it can really only happen and be truly successful with proper funding, correct steps, constant and transparent flow of information to board members, and support of the community members. I have read every email, every message, hundreds of comments on social media, answered every phone call, and met with any community member that has reached out. The consensus that I've gathered is that, like myself, the majority of our community can get behind a consolidation plan that has all its ducks in a row and will benefit students from the very moment that it happens. I don't feel that it's right to continue voting on consolidation topics without a much clearer path to success at this point. That being said, when it comes time and a plan does come to fruition, we in the community have to put our money where our mouth is. And I think that every person in this room wants to see our school district be successful and be a place where parents want to send their kids and where kids want to go to school. That doesn't happen overnight, and it does not happen easily. However, I've been in this community long enough to know that if we actually work together instead of against each other, we can make some good things happen. I've seen it myself, and I'm looking forward to working with many of you to make things happen for our children. Thank you.
I didn't write a beautiful statement as Ms. Kayla, but I too feel that I can't, in good faith, move forward with anything regarding the consolidation because I feel that, one, I'm not properly informed and have not been. What that means may be me, may be you, may be us. I don't know yet. So I just think that's one of the reasons why. And also the changing of stuff has thrown me off. And most importantly, the community's emails, not just emails, Facebook posts, social media, direct messages, personal text messages, speaking at Cost Less with them, speaking at the grocery store, speaking at Mel's with my family while I'm trying to eat dinner, and I don't have a problem with it. I cannot, in good faith, move forward with this because I feel it needs to be done correctly. What is correctly? I don't know. But I do know and feel very strong that the process as of now is not. So I cannot move forward.
Well, in regards to updating the name, mascot, and color selection for the high school, there's been a lot of talk about this. The community was surveyed. Students didn't feel like they had a voice, so the board listened to the students and are giving them a chance to voice their thought, where it will come back to the board, where we will discuss openly the options, and the board will end up making the consideration, all of the input in naming of the school mascots and colors when it comes back down to it, you know. I do think that there's been some shortcomings on information, but I also feel that we need to keep plugging away at it because that's the best thing to do for our students. And that's why I'm here. I respect the other people's opinions, but I've heard from a lot of people, and, you know, there's people that support this that haven't been vocal about it. There's been a lot of people that don't support it that have been very vocal about it. And I appreciate your input. I came in with an open mind, and this is where I'm at.
So just a point of clarification, what is being asked for direction on is the sample ballot options for the name, the mascot, and the color. We are not legally acting on whether or not consolidation proceeds, just to be clear. So bringing this back to the item 11.4A, the name, mascot, and color selection. Maeve, I think you made a comment that you didn't think anybody was wild about the Legacy High School or the Thunderbolt lightning bolt / option. If it were only the two choices of Thunder Ridge and Amador County High School, and then the mascot choices were only Mountain Lion or Mustang, do you think that the Thunder Ridge Mountain Lion would win, or do you think no?
On my campus, I think Amador County High and the Mustang would win.
Okay. So the student voting actually goes all the way down to grade 5.
Yes.
That's what we extended it to, from grade 5 to 12. Peyton, what do you think?
I know that Amador's ASB was felt very strongly against the Amador Mustangs because there's just I don't know how every individual felt, but we all came to an agreement as a group that it would just cause division between the students, and we just wanted everyone to feel like they were included and more. And I know we had the name and they had the mascot, but having I don't want to personally. I wouldn't want to go on a campus and have to be something I don't want to be. We all have this vision of the Buffaloes versus the Mustangs, and it's a rivalry that's been happening for countless years. But it's I always grew up wanting to be a Buffalo, and I just feel like everyone that's coming into the school should have a new, fresh start, especially if it's going to involve all the lives of the students and the future students after that.
Thank you, ladies, for all your work and your time and your opinions. I do appreciate that. That being said, I have huge reservations, not including what was clearly a community favorite, and from both sides of the community, not just the Argonaut side. Honestly, there were many Amador side older folks, old heads as they like to call us now, that we were actually we were open to it. So I don't know if any of the board members would like to give some direction to Dr. Gibson regarding the ballot, if we are going to let the students guide this discussion entirely. That's the options that's what we need to give direction on at this time.
I need direction on two things. What's going to be on the ballot if we remove Legacy and the Thunderbolt and put on Amador County High School and Mustang? And then who is going to vote? Those are the two directions that we need.
Are we not able to limit it to unique votes? Because obviously, I have 3 email addresses. Does that mean I get 3 votes?
Technically, we can't. There's nothing we can do to control that. We don't have any other way other than something that collects an email address. We can, we would obviously poll for: are you a community member, a parent, a staff member, a student? Those types of functions, but we can't control. We'll collect emails, but it won't change if people want to go create.
So does it have to be a valid working email to be able to get a response?
Yes.
Be able to vote?
And those will be collected.
And students can tend to have more than one email account also.
Sure, they could have a school email and a personal email.
Mm-hmm. So,
The only thing we can limit it to is the domain. So we can limit it to an ACUSD.org account, which means that anybody that has an ACUSD account, we could send it out to, which would be all staff across the district and all students at whatever grade level they have a email. That's the only thing we can't control, is ACUSD.org email.
Thoughts?
I mean, is there a way to send out that poll to the students on their acusd.org accounts and then send out a poll with just those two options to the community and kind of.
So we can do two and then
blend them
have them, we
together?
can present both of them. This was the ACUSD response, and we can break all that data down by student grade level, all of that. And then we could do a community one and do a community member or a parent, let's say. We can definitely do two QR codes that go out. Well, in district, we just send a link, but then we can create a separate code and run two simultaneously. That's not a problem.
I think that would be a very good idea. That way the community still has input and the students have input, and it will come back to the board, and the board will take that data and make their decision. That's my thought.
Perfect. Everybody agree to that? All seven of you, I guess, at this point.
The students requested that the colors be changed to include a navy blue option instead of the purple option. And board members, I'm going to ask you if you guys are in agreement with that? No objections?
I'm fine with that, yeah.
Okay, so no objections to the changes in color. For the names, do you want to see it stay Thunder Ridge and Legacy, or do you want to change that?
I mean, if you're doing it, I think we have to include Amador County High School in there.
So do you want to see 3 options or 2?
I think 2 is probably the best way to go. 2.
Okay, so if we go with 2, I'm going to defer to the young ladies of which one they would like to have.
I think Thunder Ridge should be on the ballot already, and then I'm just gonna say it because Amador doesn't want Amador County on there, so I'm just gonna vote for Legacy because, I mean, even though it's not like a popular choice, we just agreed that we didn't want Amador County to be on the ballot.
I think speaking for Argonaut High School, I think we would like to see Amador County on the ballot. But I know we don't, we want there to be, I don't think anyone wants it to be something that creates, a division or, I don't know. I feel like we want there to be, an agreement and consensus between our 2 high schools. But speaking for Argonaut High School, I think we would like Amador County on the ballot.
I have a question. Who all were involved in this? I think I asked that same question last time. Was it just ASB kids for one campus? Did they already answer that?
Both ASBs.
Both
and then they went out
ASBs?
to their campuses. So we printed out the sample ballots for them earlier this week, and they've passed them out across the campus. They've had large group
Only
conversations.
ASBs? Only the ASB groups, yes?
No, all the students have seen it.
Okay.
So Mr. Brewer delivered to both the principals at the high schools copies of all of this. So the kids have had time to look through it. They've all been talking. I'm sure they're getting their consensus together, I would imagine. And so there's been a lot of conversation this week at the campuses in preparation for tonight, which is why they were able to bring additional information back. As an example, taking off the purple, gold, black, and white and replacing that with the navy. That came from them visually seeing that sample ballot. I think the visual really made everything come to life for everybody. And so that's where that came from.
I hate to say this, but just listening, I feel like a vote is not gonna make this happen. I feel somebody's just gonna have to be okay, this is what's gonna happen.
That would be us.
Absolutely, but we're listen,
Unfortunately,
but what I'm
that is
saying
us.
is, right. So we're just, I don't know. I think
I think it's
people say,
valuable.
man, you're doing too much.
I think it's valuable to know how the kids feel about it because they're the ones that are that's
Absolutely.
going to be their culture
And the staff.
And the staff as well. But I also agree that the community it's part of our community identity for sure. So I think that you consider them both. Obviously, we don't expect them to vote the same way, and we will have to make a hard decision. But that is why we sit up here.
Right, absolutely.
So
and I also learned sitting up here that and I believe Mr. Crow said it, and Mr. Oneto, but like being up here for 6 years, I've also learned that if I gave 5 people $1,000 bill, 4 of them are gonna complain that I didn't give them more.
Sure.
So
100%. I think the 2 identical ballots is probably the best way to go, just because we can pull the data completely separate apart. So we'll have the student staff vote all the way down to 5th grade. We can send it out to all staff, which will give us a broader perspective, I think, which would be great. And then I think we do the community survey. They will be identical surveys, but when we come back at the next board meeting, we'll bring the data to show both, and we can do a side-by-side comparison.
And I just have one question.
Maybe something will rise to the top.
About the community survey, how long are we planning on giving them to them? Because the schools, if they're talking about the ballot tomorrow, they can all vote tomorrow, but then giving the community time to give their input is important also.
Yes, but I think that the time should be limited. The students get, what, an hour to vote, and staff? I don't think that giving the community an hour is fair, but
I agree. I think, some deadline, whether it's early next week, next Friday, or whatever, give them a week.
Yeah.
Some kind of timeline in there.
Yeah, it'll take us some time to get the QR code together and those types of things. Friday's a holiday, so I would imagine we would launch it on Monday. We'll get it to the ledger. We'll get it out into all the places. We'll send it out even via email, just because we know people can post that and you can still use it as a community member. If somebody posts it, we can send it to some of the moderators of the social media. I'll make sure that I get it up country. I know that it's a struggle more up there for them with technology, so we'll make sure we get something up there. But I would imagine probably 3 or 4 days for that. We'll allow the
So
students.
if we release it on
a day.
Monday and close it, say, Thursday at 5 o'clock?
Sure.
How does that sound to everybody?
And we'll leave it open longer for the students than just an hour.
Yeah.
Especially because we're going to have all staff. It's easy to do an announcement with students, right? Everybody open your Chromebook. It's all simultaneous. The principal gets on the PA. It's a whole different concept. But when we're also doing all staff, we want to make sure that everybody has ample time. So we can launch both of those at the same time and keep them open roughly the same time.
I got 2 quick questions that hopefully it's not a monkey wrench and everything. So there would be a cost savings for not doing the rebranding if we went with Amador County Mustangs?
Correct.
Would there be the same cost savings if you went with Amador County Buffaloes?
No.
There wouldn't. Okay.
And even the color change, the blue and gold, black and white, will have a cost with it. Not as significant. The full rebranding is the most expensive. But Amador County Mustangs is absolutely the most fiscally responsible way to go.
Okay. I was just curious because we have 2 schools. We have kind of the same. I mean, they both have the Buffalo. One has the Mustang. What would be the cost difference if you went with Buffaloes? Would that be because of? Just curious.
I'm gonna let our money guy over here talk about that.
Well, I mean, that's when you go into 2 aspects of branding, right? And if you go on Argonaut's campus, there are Mustangs everywhere, right? And so all of that having to be changed out, there's actually Mustangs represented more on that campus than Argonaut, the word Argonaut. And so when you're talking about murals, rebranding.
I forgot about the murals.
Gymnasium floors, gates at the front of campus, end zones, logo in the middle of the field. There are, the majority of that is Mustangs. And so then folding Amador back in can be done at a cost. But when you remove Mustang, that's when you really start to see the cost increase because of the branding that has been done all over that campus.
I have an obvious question that for some reason nobody has asked yet. Are we looking at a similar cost to or process for the junior high?
Yeah, we've talked about that a few times, and we want to get through this process first, and then we'll talk to the board about what we want to do on that one. Because that'll be something that the board will need to decide.
Okay.
Quick question. When we're looking at the possible branding of Argonaut or Amador County Mustangs, is that with the colors that the students have chosen or keeping the
Three choices. It would be the three choices,
Okay.
minus the purple. Maeve, do you want to talk really quickly about the conversation you had in ASB? I think it was a great conversation that you guys had. You told me about tonight, about the names of the two schools just financially.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so when we looked through our little, like, suggestion cards, one person suggested keeping the high school, like, keeping the campuses exactly the same. So the high school would be called Argonaut High School, and the mascot would be the Mustang, and the junior high would be called Amador Junior High, and the mascot would be the Buffalo, and that way all students that go through ACUSD would be both a Buffalo and a Mustang at some point. But that was just one suggestion. But, yeah.
And that's why we have the kids involved. So that's a whole nother suggestion that she brought up earlier tonight to me.
And I don't have to do a fiscal analysis to tell you that would be the cheapest option.
It cost Mrs. Pichette about 30 minutes to change a CDS code with the title adding the word junior high. So that too is an option, 100%.
And that's when it comes back to us.
And that's when it comes back to the five of you. We can add that on here as well. I hate to complicate this. Well, but we can look at the data in multiple ways. You can look at the data of if somebody votes.
Can we do ranked choice voting?
We can do ranked choice. We can do force ranking. We can do all kinds of things with that. If we want to add Maeve's suggestion onto there, if we're talking about being fiscally responsible, which is.
The students don't think about that, correct?
Money's no object.
Actually, you'd be surprised. A lot of people have been talking about the money. Yeah.
Okay.
We've had lots of conversations with them. We've had a lot of conversations about vote splitting and ballots and lots of multiple life lessons of which also involves money. But we could there's multiple ways we can set up this ballot so that we can get that feedback as well if we want that feedback of keeping both schools identical how they are now, just changing the one to the word junior high and then not doing any rebranding at all.
I'm just going to throw something out here. I'm pretty used to ruffling some feathers. That poses a huge problem for the first graduating class coming over from Amador High School to Argonaut High School. So they've spent, and I know that there's multiple kids that have spent their entire academic career coming up thinking they were going to graduate as an Amador Buffalo. Now they got to roll over to Argonaut and become an Argonaut Mustang. Can you imagine probably a lot of what this room would sound like if we were suggesting that the Argonaut senior class was going to roll over to Amador High School and be an Amador Buffalo for their senior year?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know how people that go to Argonaut would feel if that was their child that was happening to their senior year.
Yeah, I think
right. And how did you? And you didn't feel good about it. I'm sure.
I think we'd probably have to look at having two different graduations. We'd have to look at how we can work with the state on allowing maybe a couple classes of students, maybe the first three groups, possibly even. So they may attend a different campus, but their full graduation would be from that other school name of some sort. We would have to do some research on that, but we can.
There's gonna, I understand
agree
that
with you.
point, but we have to also consider that fact too.
Agree.
And I understand, and we can sit here and talk about how it's only a class or two or this and that and the other, but as somebody who's graduated from Amador, as many of you folks out here have graduated from Amador and Argonaut and all these things, it is important to you. It is, and especially when you're a senior in high school, that is important to you. This is where you've gone to school your entire life. This is where my grandpa graduated from Amador High School way back whenever. And so these are important things to the community. So if we're going to sit here and talk about all of this stuff and bring it up, if this is what we're doing, there's going to have to be answers for all of that. And I am fully aware of the fiscal responsibility of rebranding and all of this kind of stuff. But some of those things do have to be taken into consideration. That's a huge deal for some of these kids. And so we can all sit here and clap and cheer for Argonaut Mustang and Amador Buffalo and all this. But when it comes down to it, this is affecting the kids. Most of us in this room don't go to school anymore. Do you go to high school anymore? Not a lot of you. I don't.
Yeah.
But
I think
that's important to recognize. So this isn't just.
Mm-hmm. I think Peyton could probably answer that the best, as she's going to be the first graduating class of whatever school. And I think that's probably where some of the consternation's coming from the Amador side.
And I also heard her say that she spent her whole life wanting to be a Buffalo as well. So what Kayla is saying, I
Yeah.
100% get.
Yeah, 100%.
I think that where we are today in 2023, after all of us fighting our way through 2020 and 2021, I did not fully appreciate how physically being on campus, I didn't fully appreciate the value of extracurriculars, the social aspect of being together in class, in study groups, at lunchtime. When we talk about school climate and we talk about emotional well-being of our students, and we like to throw around the word mental health, right? We mock ourselves, we're making fun of ourselves for even just spending this much time talking about what is the name going to be, what is the mascot going to be, what are the colors going to be. But I think we have to keep in mind, as Kayla very eloquently points out, that these things do matter to the kids. It matters to their sense of belonging, to their desire to be on campus, to their desire to be part of that peer group. You know, you have to find your tribe when you're a teenager. And are we going to make it hard? Are we going to throw up the roadblocks of you must be an Amador Junior Buffalo and you must be an Argonaut Mustang? I'm not inclined to do that, being reminded of the impact that might have on our young people. If you are truly students first, I think you listen to the student voice. I don't want to completely disregard the community voice. I think that 2 surveys are possible, and I think that we can consider the results of that. I think the surveys will speak for themselves.
And I agree, and I think that community input is absolutely necessary. I don't disagree with that in any capacity, and I don't also disagree with having the Amador County Mustangs on the ballot, as that was a top community choice. And I do also understand the concept of being fiscally responsible in certain aspects. But if that's what you're going to do, you have to make it at least halfway. You have to meet them halfway. You just have to. I mean, whether you like it or not, you bleed green and gold, blue and white, whatever it is, you have to meet them halfway. You're not going to high school there. They are.
Would you like me to read what I have so far?
Please.
For direction and see if this...
Let's see if we're there yet.
See if we're there. Okay. So direction from the board. Run 2 identical ballots. One for ACUSD.org, which will include all staff across the district and students grades 5 through 12, and one for the community. Those ballots will be identical. We'll send the community one out with a QR code. We'll have one change. We'll have a change. Sorry, there's more than one. We'll have a change from the colors of purple, gold, black, and white to navy gold, black, and white. The name options, and this is what I have currently, would be Thunder Ridge High School and Amador County High School. Mascot options will be the Mountain Lions or the Mustangs. Ballots will open on Monday and they will close on Thursday.
Do we have any major objections to those ballot options?
I'm good.
I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. I'm not going to move forward with any vote regarding the consolidation. So, I mean, I guess that would be my objection.
Ladies?
I feel good with that proposed ballot.
I think I've said what I believe has been needed to be said, and I'm going to stick with my previous statement.
I have one more question. Would it be helpful if we link the name of the mascot? So it would be kind of a force vote of Thunder Ridge Mountain Lion or Amador County Mustangs.
I think that would be a good idea.
I mean, how would we feel about Thunder Ridge Mustangs? Eh.
Or Amador Mountain Lion. It's up by Silver Lake.
So I
Thunder
think
Mountain.
that's a yes.
Link them. Everybody is okay if we
the
link
name
them.
and the
So it's a name and the mascot. So there's going to be 2 questions in on the ballot. Name, mascot, name, mascot. That's 1 question, and then color. Okay, I'll change my notes. Okay, so the options will be Thunder Ridge Mountain Lions, Thunder Ridge High School Mountain Lion. Okay.
Has this ever been done before?
Here? Yes. And the community choice, when Ione
something
High and
funny?
Jackson High were
Oh,
combined,
okay.
the community choice was Jackson Ione High. The students wanted Jackson Ione High, and the school board at that time designated it Argonaut High.
All right. Okay. Everybody's okay with that? Okay.
Okay, we are to our second public comment section. I have 4 speaker cards. I have Mr. Chad Simmons, Mr. Pat Kyle. Is it Mr. Pat Kyle? Yes?
It's, I think.
Mrs. Diane Bennett again, and Mr. Rich Gold. So, Mr. Simmons, is he not here? If he wants to come back, I'll put him at the end of the line. Okay. Okay. Mr. Pat Kyle? Oh, Mrs. Pat Kyle, I am so sorry. Thank you. Following Mrs. Kyle, we'll have Mrs. Diane Bennett if she is still here.
Greetings to the board members and everyone attending. My name is Pat Kyle. I've lived in Amador County 28 years. My biggest concern is in doing this, combining the schools, are the student scholarships. Right now, you have scouts that go to the different schools and they're looking at this football team and they're looking at that one. And if you're combining them down, you're taking scholarships away from the kids. And up here, our kids count on those scholarships to go to school. Not everybody in this county can afford scholarships, put their kids through school. And every penny that these kids can get through a scholarship is very important. And I feel they're being taken away from them. And I don't think it was considered when you guys started thinking about this. You're going down to 1 football team. And you can't do that. Where do these other kids go? And that doesn't go just for the football teams. That's also for music and arts and the other sports and the other activities. A lot of times when you're doing this, and I have checked with a couple of other schools that have done this, there are not the scholarships that there was before. They got condensed. So you are taking money away from our kids for their education. And I really think you guys need to think about it because it's not right. Our kids deserve it. They work hard for their grades, and then at the end, they're not going to have their scholarships. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kyle. Mrs. Diane Bennett. And then our last speaker will be Mr. Rich Gold, unless Chad makes it back. And they're saying no, he won't. Okay.
I'll reach out to him.
Okay.
Thank you again, board members, for allowing me some time. Shane, I've known you. I was lucky enough to teach your daughter. She was a blessing. Kayla, I haven't met you, but I'd love to be able to chat with you sometime. James, seen you so many times on the football fields and so many times with your bleeding heart for the kids. Love it. Jim, you were that teacher that allowed us girls into woodshop when the other teachers wouldn't allow us girls into some of those CETE classes. Thank you. And Julia, We had a great time at Ione Junior High. We were those kids that were sent from Plymouth to Ione Junior High. I was the Plymouth kid, she was the Ione kid. And I can tell you, we had some great speech contests that we won together. So, just a little bit of background there. Big game time came around. I have a real big problem. When I look online and I go and read that an athletic director is responsible for the general operations of athletic programs and sports teams, including coordinating with other sports programs and athletic leagues. Their duties include preparing department budgets, hiring and training coaches, and creating, and it keeps going on and on. And then I go to EdJoin, where we posted the job for athletic director, to provide leadership and oversight for coaches and encourage positive school sportsmanship. Work with the Consolidated High School principal and Human Resources Department too, and there's a whole list of duties. There was a huge failure at the big game this year. The children, regardless if they were from Amador or for Argonaut, lost out on the opportunity of the picture right after the game with their family members with the Bell Trophy. Yes, there were other things going on that night, including the induction into the Hall of Fame. It is my personal opinion that some of the duties were failed that night to happen. And I feel like the Argonaut coaches were blamed. I don't like the blame game when it goes back to the top, which leads to another issue that was here several weeks ago or a couple months ago, conflict of interest. There's a huge conflict of interest that we've been overlooking. The conflict of interest that I know that many teachers from Argonaut have reached out to me and told me that they were guaranteed that the athletic director would not be having an office on Argonaut campus, which has now been attached to the multipurpose room in the teacher's room. We need to look and stop these conflicts of interest within our district. It's not good for our kids. When you have an athletic director who favors one team over the other, and I say that both teams are playing, you should be wearing green and blue, not just one or the other. There's a problem. When children get left at an away game with no transportation home and it gets overlooked, there is a problem.
Mrs. Bennett, your 3 minutes are up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Diane. Mr. Rich Gold. This is our last public comment speaker card for tonight.
Thank you. I guess I should have put consolidation on my speaker card.
I am so sorry if that was.
My name is Richard Gold. We moved to Amador County in 1961. I graduated from my own high school. I just jotted down a couple things. I'm not a very good or at all a public speaker. I hesitate at times. So I have 4 children of my own, my wife and I. We have 12 grandchildren and a 13 on the way. So we've been in Amador County and we hope to stay in Amador County for a while yet. I graduated from my own in 1962. One of my granddaughters is a teacher at Ione Elementary. Just a comment on what we've been speaking here for colors and so on and so forth. The younger the kid, the quicker they adapt to what's going on. And as far as the condition of our schools, that's been hammered on. But my thought of that is that if you break a shoestring or you pop a button, do you go buy a new pair of shoes and a new shirt, or do you get some shoestrings and sew a button on your shirt? So I guess what I'm saying is probably the maintenance on these schools over time has been let go. And you look at some of these homes in Sutter Creek, Ione, Jackson. How old are they? Some of them are probably 100, 150 years old, pretty good shape, aren't they? So I guess what I'm saying is maybe some of these schools could be fixed up, possibly. I'm not saying that don't need new stuff, like the Ione Elementary School. And the school board, I guess, bought Jack Watson House and tore it down, put a fence around it. Wanted to put, that would make a heck of a good parking lot, but they said the ground was contaminated. So I guess Jack Watson, I don't know what he was doing over there. Guess he contaminated it. There used to be 3 rivals. Ione, Jackson, and Sutter Creek. A lot of fun back in those days. And there's a lot of fun to be had out there today. Just kind of a little bit joking when I heard the possibility of Thunder Ridge. I thought, well, maybe when some people hear that, they might think, man, we're going to get another casino. So anyway, I know what's going to happen is going to happen. But we are concerned, and like I say, I hope our family is going to be around a while, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of our public comment speakers tonight. I know it is not easy getting out here at this time of night on a weeknight to sit there and wait for your turn, and I do appreciate your efforts. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate you. We are finally to our consent agenda tonight, item 13. Do you guys need a break? No? No? Okay. So for the consent agenda, are there any comments or questions regarding the consent agenda? We have the usual items, minutes, warrants. We have overnight field trips. I love to see the science camp coming up on there. Surplus, donations, personnel recommendations. Any comments or questions? If not, please make a motion to approve.
I move to approve item 13, the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. We'll start with the advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And with that, we will move on to communications. I don't see any attachments here. We have none?
None.
Okay, and we're on to our discussion action items. Number 1 is Board Bylaw 9320, which has to do with meetings and notices. There's a small change, correct?
Yes, so they updated this particular bylaw post the pandemic. And basically what it says is that the district can use teleconferencing during state proclaimed state of emergencies. But if a board member is going to be gone, they can no longer teleconference in. Once this is approved, then we will update this into our governance handbook that Ms. Parker and Ms. Burns and I have been working on. I've been waiting to bring that forward until we could have this fixed. So then that way, at least all the bylaws are fixed within the new handbook. And so if we get approval for this tonight, then we'll bring that probably in the next meeting or two.
Before I poll for questions from the trustees up here, I would like to comment that the city of Plymouth recently became very familiar with this law.
Yes.
That is shaping our bylaw. The guiding principle here to keep in mind is that if you allow Zoom participation of a board member or a council member, for example, then you must also allow Zoom participation of public comment. So if you choose not to, so it's Zoom for all or Zoom for none. And so that is the choice, and the proposed bylaw here updates parallel with the city of Plymouth to not have the Zoom option and the additional headaches that come with that.
Correct.
So it says the state of emergency. I have a quick question about that. Are we not able to have a county state of emergency?
We could, but we'd have to go to the state to get that approval through OES, which could happen. Let's say we had a catastrophic fire or flooding, then I would definitely go to OES. I'd ask them to make the request to the state so we could get approval, especially if we had a wildfire and we were all displaced.
So the state of emergency is not dictated locally?
Correct. It just has to be approved by the state. So often what will happen is counties will go to the state to declare a state of emergency for your county. It just has to be approved by the state.
Okay, and we've seen that happen very quickly when necessary.
Very quickly. We actually just had it happen last winter with the flooding that we experienced. I worked with Bellotti, and he got us a approval long before even some of the other counties in the area that were far worse off than we were.
Okay, I'm going to ask for questions. Student board members? No? Mr. Crow?
No questions.
Mrs. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Whitaker?
One small question is, one of the reasons for this is that we do not have the technological infrastructure to handle a Zoom meeting?
It's more about staffing more than anything else. We do sometimes have some of those issues in this particular building, which is why we now have KVGC do all of our live streaming for us. So it's a two-way street. I think the third component is exactly what Julia was just talking about with Plymouth having kind of the bombing, that the Zoom bombing, as we call it, that they had happen at their last city council meeting.
Yeah, so, okay.
Okay, if there are no additional questions, I would ask for a motion.
I move that we approve item 15-1, Board Bylaw 9320.
Second.
Thank you. For the roll call vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. That item passes unanimously. 14.2, Educational Resource Consultants Contract. Mrs. Pichette.
Thank you. The Educational Resource Consultants Contract is actually, it comes from a grant that we're currently sitting on, which is a planning grant for our community schools. And part of the allowables of that grant are to contract out for an even bigger grant of $5.2 million. The current grant for the planning is $200,000, but it's an immense amount of work. And we have the amazing Amanda Avila here with us tonight. She's our Director of School and Community Integration, and she's done a great deal of work. One, just shout out to her, is that she's done some considerable work with our wellness centers, currently at Amador and soon to be at Argonaut. And she presented plans of her work at a state level meeting, and quote unquote, they said Amador County is so far ahead of any other district, and that's directly related to her work. So I wanted to just give her a shout out. But this contract would be for, thank you, this contract would be for consulting work specifically for the implementation consultant and grant writing. To receive that $5.2 million, and that grant is due in February. So Amanda is here. If the board has any questions, she's happy to answer them.
Okay, I'm going to pull for questions. Student board members, did you have questions about this item?
I have no questions.
Me neither.
Okay. Mr. Crow?
No questions.
Mrs. Parker?
So just to clarify, what we're asking for right now is just money to help facilitate the writing of the big grant.
This is for a consulting group that helps with,
Okay.
it's much more than just the writing.
Just the writing, okay.
Lots of oversight, needs assessment, lots of work.
Okay. Mr. Marzano?
No, no questions.
Mr. Whitaker?
No questions.
I have a quick question. So I see that this it's $5.2 million over 5 years. What do we anticipate? How do we anticipate spending about $1 million a year on this program?
That is a great question, and thank you. Hello, board. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. That is some of the work that's going to come out of the partnership with the consulting firm that is in front of you to vote on today. So we do a needs assessment where we will look at needs by polling students, staff, community members. So the work that Michelle was alluding to earlier is part of that. So depending upon what results come to the surface, through that work with the needs assessment, we will then know what direction and where our needs are to be able to decide how we're going to use those funds. But ideally, the community schools grants, it's a series of grants. The one we have right now is for planning. So there's not much you could do with that other than planning. And so part of that is consulting work, hiring, which is my position, and then planning to move forward in the next phase of grants, which is implementation. So in that, out of that implementation grant and needs assessment, we'll then be able to know what the community and students and our data shows where our needs are. So health, wellness, tutoring, after school opportunities, like it's opportunities are endless. It's all encompassing and supportive of the whole child.
Okay. I think that last little bit actually kind of
all encompassing.
Yeah. Well, kind of like what kinds of services would it include? And you mentioned health, tutoring, whole child. So the $200,000 is going to help us see what holes we have, right? Like what services we need to be offering or providing.
Right. So the $200,000 that we have right now is for the planning work in determining that. Correct.
Okay.
So great question.
Excellent. I like to hear that we are planning for how we're going to spend $5 million.
Yes. I wish all grants afforded us the opportunity to plan like that.
Any other questions? If not, if someone would offer a motion.
I move to approve item 15.2, educational resource consultants contract.
I'll second.
Thank you. Advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pichette. 15.3, notice of intent to employ teacher on a variable term waiver. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. In this particular situation, we have an opportunity here to recommend to the board to provide this permit for 1 year. This is for a variable term waiver for an employee, Christian Santinelli, for the position of mild moderate teacher. It would only be for this year, and it's an opportunity for us to be able to have additional time for this employee to complete the pre-intern requirements.
Okay, did anybody have any questions? This one seems pretty straightforward.
I have some questions.
Please.
What is reading through this, it didn't jump out to me like exactly what it is. So we are voting on a waiver to what with Mr. Santinelli?
Great question. So Trustee Marzano, in this particular case, we did an exhaustive search to try to fill this position with a fully credentialed employee. Unfortunately, one was not located, and so this is a waiver that the board would provide for us to be able to hire someone who's actually going through a credential program as part of a pre-intern program to be able to serve in this position. It's limited to 1 year, so ultimately they have to make that progress in their program to be able to be considered for a future opportunity.
So he was already held this position prior, or is this the first time?
This would be the first time
Oh,
this
I thought-
individual.
okay.
Absolutely. One time only.
Did you say he's in the process of getting this credential?
Yes, correct.
How far into the process? Will these roads meet equally at the same finish time? Did that make sense?
I don't have that particular information, but I can tell you that there are programs in the state of California that are quite accelerated for individuals. They're quite costly, but it is possible for someone to be able to earn a credential faster than a typical 2-year term. So in this particular case, once this person has been able to accumulate enough coursework, they then would be eligible for an intern credential.
Right.
And that is a very different process.
How long and like how extensive did we search for this position? Just basic standard doing it, or did we like?
So this is work that took place in the 22-23 school year, so it would have been all of our EdJoin postings, any communication we have with our institutes of higher education, our career fairs, any participation there. And I will tell you that unfortunately, in the state of California right now, our organization is no different than a lot of others. Mathematics, sciences, special education, very hard to fill positions, and we're seeing these types of short-term waivers happening across the state.
But he's a mild moderate teacher, or he
Correct.
will be
Special
filling
education.
the position of a mild moderate teacher, right?
Correct, special
Is-
education.
Is this position the same as reading, writing, and arithmetic type teachers?
So for this particular position, it would be whatever they're assigned to work in. So it's not necessarily like a single subject credential in mathematics or a single subject credential in one of the sciences. They would have, their program is more oriented towards meeting the needs of the students on their caseload.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Hedegaard, can you just give us I don't mean to put you on the spot. Can you just give us a little bit of what you know about districts across the state struggling to fill special education positions and having to do these particular exceptions?
Yeah, good evening, board. I apologize, I'm recovering from a slight cold, so my voice is raspy, but it's a pleasure to join you this evening. Yes, this is unfortunately a very common state of affairs currently as far as the employment of special education educators across the state. But I just want to echo, while it's common, it doesn't mean it's excusable. And so looking at then resourceful ways that we can be combating then the staffing shortages, it is not also only targeting towards our teachers, but also our related service providers, so such as speech and language pathologists, school psychologists, occupational therapists. This particular credential is an education specialist credential for mild to moderate disabilities. And so I'm happy to answer any other questions, but it is a very sad and unfortunate state of affairs.
How many other positions do we do this for?
I think we recently had another waiver. Did we?
There was one other waiver.
Right. So in the district right now, we have one and then possibly two.
With this
on the
particular
waiver.
type of waiver, correct.
With this position.
Not this, two different positions.
Okay.
It's a waiver, the waivers for each individual in the position, so, yeah.
The other one may have been math, possibly, if I remember. It was either math or science, I think. They're pretty common to only have
It
two.
wasn't the last meeting, but it was this school year.
It was very recently because I commented on it because I'm very in support of that. I started my teaching career on an intern credential and such, so it's very helpful to be able to do that. My question though is if he's on a pre-intern credential and he's teaching in a special education classroom, what kind of supports is he going to be able to get? That's like a lot to take in if you've never taught before and you're jumping into a special ed classroom like that.
Well, I would say, I think there's going to be a combination of things. It'll be the coursework that this particular employee is engaged in their program. It's going to be whatever supports they're receiving through our staff and associate staff that report to Dr. Hedegaard. And speaking as an intern teacher myself, going into the profession, there's going to be a lot of work that's happening both within the organization and then through your higher education.
He was already teaching for us, correct?
Yes.
Oh, you may not know.
What was he teaching?
I'm going to look to our team on that one.
What was he teaching? What was he on a waiver as well for that too?
I believe he was teaching last year as a long-term sub in special education for the same position that couldn't be filled.
So for subs, you don't need to do this.
Correct.
To be a full-time, you need to.
This actually hires him as a teacher with all the benefits and the things that come with that while he's getting his full credential.
So as a long-term sub, he could not take on a case management load with students with IEPs last year. And so with this credential, it would allow him to have a case management load, which would then support the other special ed teachers on Amador's campus by not having so many.
Just a quick question, I'm sorry, this just popped in my head. With him on this credential, does this also protect us more from legal action regarding not having a properly credentialed teacher in a special ed classroom?
I will share that unfortunately, that is not going to protect us from it. What it is it's showing we've conducted a diligent search. We have an individual who possesses all the preliminary components to be awarded this temporary. This is a 1 year
1 year,
term. And bottom line is we're providing all the supports and structures possible, but it's a much better alternative than having someone that's cycling every 20 days.
Okay, thank you.
If I may also add to that, I just want to highlight, given the dire straits, literally, in regards to hiring for within special education positions, these opportunities also allow us, and what you're alluding to, and I'd happy to be speaking on it more at a later time, but the supports and coaching and mentoring that I, hope to be instilling in our department. I think that's, the reality is we need to be looking at investments within our own community in order to essentially create teachers. We can't be only relying on university systems to be providing us with fully credentialed individuals that we can hire and transition into classrooms. There is not the workforce anymore.
I appreciate that sentiment because I too personally feel that we should invest in our local resources. I think that they are a little bit more committed to us as well as if we show that commitment to them. So I appreciate that. Any other questions? And if not, I would ask for a motion.
I move to approve item 15.3, the notice of intent to employ a teacher on a variable term waiver.
I will second.
Thank you. The advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I am also a yes. 15.4, adult education reconfiguration. Again, Dr. Palacios.
Thank you again. So this is a real opportunity here for Amador County Unified School District. We have been very fortunate that under their previous leadership at the adult education program with Kelly Hunkins as their leader, they've been able to make some great strides. The program has grown considerably. We are a member of the Capital Adult Education Regional Consortium, which is a group that's represented by some very large districts here in the capital region. So Elk Grove is part of it, San Juan Unified as well as others. Folsom Cordova is one of them as well. And one of the things that we have identified that is a much needed space for us is being able to have a leader who could be dedicated to providing the supports within the adult education program. So what this is asking of our trustees tonight, we have spent the time working with our adult education staff, listening to them, looking at the plan for what is a target for the future. And what it means to us is that we need to make some changes over there to be able to be better suited to support our adult learners. As part of this large-scale reconfiguration, you see that it comes with 3 defined positions. The first being the adult education principal. There's a number of rationale that we're asking for that particular position, and number 1 comes with specialized expertise. We're learning that with adult education, there are some definite changes or differences between that and our typical K-12 program. And so we want to make sure that we have a leader who's positioned and well-suited to be able to advocate for our adult education program and provide the types of program supports and development needed. In addition to that, we want to maintain compliant, we want to be compliant, and we want to have accountability for our folks. That's one thing that we're learning through our work with the consortium is that in those organizations where they have the adult education principal, they're able to do things like have the WASC accreditation for their adult education program. They're able to make sure that they have the type of coursework and supports available for their adult learners. A lot of the things that we've already started to put in place, but we've been lacking in having that definitive leadership position. And then above all else is that administrative efficiency. This is a role that will be taking on additional other requirements and, more importantly, advocacy efforts on the part of our adult education. So as part of the broad reconfiguration, you see the principal for adult education. The second is a transition navigator. That transition navigator is the person that's realistic playing a core role in the outreach to our adult learners and to aligning the folks with the programming that they need to support their efforts. And then on top of that is really doing something that is probably long overdue, and it's peeling apart. We have an adult education teacher that's also been leading in some quasi-administrative activities as a coordinator. And what we realize now is that adult education teacher needs to be 100% fully committed to providing that adult education programming and then working with adult education partners in the program. So altogether, the real advantage with this particular reconfiguration is that we have the resources through our work with the Adult Education Consortium that is providing ongoing sustainable funding for this. We have a definite need, and I think this presents a really good opportunity for Amador County Unified School District to continue to expand on the great work of Kelly Hunkins and the others that have been able to do this work. So take any questions if you have any.
Okay. Mr. Crow?
Yeah, and maybe I'm jumping ahead. Maybe I better wait till you get to 3. So hold on, I jumped ahead. Sorry.
Well, I think Dr. Palazuelos actually covered all of them.
Okay.
So
I was curious. Is the salary, is that comparable where the district will be successful in finding someone to fill this spot?
Well, I can share with you 100%. It's definitely comparable with what we're looking for. We were able to go through and look at the number of days or duty days for this particular position and the salary, and we feel that we're positioned in the right place. I can tell you this anecdotally, that we already have multiple applicants that have applied for the position. The position's been posted, obviously pending an approval by the board, but we've gotten some good, I'll say it, some good efforts already interested in it.
And you probably know this, my wife, Sarah, is a special ed teacher, so I hear constantly about the needs for upper management, so I applaud this move. Thank
you. Mrs. Parker?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Marzano?
I have no questions.
Did you guys have questions?
No questions.
I didn't think so. You didn't look like you had questions. Mr. Whitaker?
Dr. Palazuelos, sorry about the pronunciation. This is all being funded out of the Adult Ed Fund, where it's not going to impact our general fund?
Correct. All of this is coming through the Capital Adult Education Regional Consortium, or CAREC, as they call it.
And there's plenty of money in there, so.
There is a considerable amount of money, and I know that our resident money expert here can share more on that.
The money sits in Fund 11, so that it doesn't even sit in the general fund. All of these funds would come directly out of Fund 11.
So we go ahead.
Go ahead.
We had a meeting, was that last week?
Yes.
Last week where we involved all of the adult education staff. It included Robert Norton, who is the executive director of, what's his title? Fiscal Services, thank you. It involved Dr. Palazuelos, Ms. Pichette, and we went through exactly how they wanted this program to be revamped so that it could function. Right now, what's happening is the staff that are in these positions currently are doing 2 and 3 jobs, and they're just spent. And so this is all supported by the current adult education staff that has been extremely dedicated for many, many years into that program. And the reason why we included Mr. Norton in that conversation was because of that budget piece. We wanted to make sure that everything that was exactly how we wanted to recreate it could be done financially without having to use any general fund O1 dollars.
So the adult education program is for, say, if I had never gotten my high school diploma, I could go back and then complete those credits and get is it a GED?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the services that this is offering to our community, and I know that
we also
Oh, it's
use
more.
it, well, we also use it for our bus driver training, we have it for some aid training, so we actually put people into our adult ed program, we train them, and they end up becoming our employees.
So specific
It's a
training
pipeline.
programs and certifications are also offered through that.
So it's a pipeline for individuals. So often as a bus driver, as an example, somebody might work for us as a car van driver. They enroll in this program. We get to know them because they're driving a car in a van. We get to see their, are they on time? What is their ability to work as a team? Those types of functions, all at the same time while they're working to get their their bus driver's license. And then once they clear that with CHP, oftentimes I think we probably have an 80 or 90% pass rate, where then we end up, that's where we've been getting all of our bus drivers. And that also is thanks to Mrs. Hunkins. She single-handedly created that program, so we had our own pipeline of bus drivers. And I've had many, many districts contact me about, how do you not have a lack of bus drivers? And I've explained to them and sent them over there to get the information, so.
I believe 6 of our current bus drivers went through our own adult ed program and got their bus driver certificate that way.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's a great
Yeah, that's a
pipeline.
great idea. Just a quick question. The fund, where does the funding for that specific fund, is that only for adult ed, or how does that, and we get that specific funding from the state or whatever, how
Yeah,
that
it's
works?
from that CAREC program. Go ahead, I'll let you talk about that.
Yeah,
Mary
it's
Ann.
fine. It's the regional consortium that Dr. Palazuelos was talking about. They work together as a region to identify the revenue for each district within that region. And so it's a constant working with that entire consortium. And then that revenue stream comes directly into to Fund 11. And so it's restricted to only adult education programs that have to fit the bill, whether it be the GED, a certificate program, or whatever. So it's completely separate from all the monies we use to do our K-12 education.
So the money that we are spending on this has to be used on something in this program?
Correct. It's in
Okay.
a completely different fund.
Okay.
They can't even cross over.
Who's doing this job now?
That's a good question. So it's mostly the staff. Right now, we have a lack of an administrator on that campus, and so it's been split between Mr. Medlin and Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell has moved strictly just back to special education, and right now it's the adult ed staff and Mr. Medlin. He's also the principal of Independence. He's also the principal of North Star, and he is the principal of our community court school. And so as we pull some of these things off his plate, we're just trying to revamp. Once we, pulled Mrs. Hunkins and Mr. Wagner, then it was time to revamp that program.
In short, they've been short-staffed for a while now.
Yeah.
And I.
Quite some time.
I like hearing that you guys collaborated with the staff there to see, because obviously they know what they've been doing and how they've been treading water, and so that's good input.
Like Dr. Palazuelos said earlier, it's such a unique program with a skill set that many of us don't know all the intricacies that unless you work in the program, you're going to know. So we needed their input to say, okay, what are these going to look like? That's why we have new job descriptions across the board. We have other job descriptions, the transitional navigator and the adult education teacher. Job descriptions will come to you at another time. Those have to be negotiated through the bargaining unit. We won't see them until tomorrow. But it is something that we're hoping that we can get accomplished very soon. Those all need to be updated so that they are current with what CAREC requests of those positions. And so all of that collaboration has taken place with that staff because of that.
Are there any follow-up questions? No? Would someone make a motion?
I move that we approve item 15.4, the adult education reconfiguration, items A, B, and C.
I'll second.
Thank you. And advisory vote, Mrs. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Based on how it was worded, I can't find it now. At the beginning, it says, I can't find it.
It's 15 and then item 4.
No idea what the heck just happened. Oh, there it is. Based on how it was worded, on just looking at 15 and then having to read into the subcategories, because it says that we're looking forward to consolidation, and that's why I asked who's doing it now. I'm gonna vote no.
Okay. And you gave your reason before you said no?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Did you want to add anything to explain your no vote?
No.
No, okay.
Well, other than, no.
Okay. I mean, I feel that you did, but just
Yes.
wanted to give you the opportunity. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. So that item is a split vote, 4-1. Number 15.5, the CEQA study update. This is a discussion-only item. Mr. Critchfield?
Yes, there are two main attachments to this agenda item. Again, like Julia said, it's a discussion-only item. There's a memorandum from PlaceWorks, which is the consultant that the board approved back in May to conduct this work on the CEQA process and the environmental impact study. You'll notice in the attachments, there's an updated memo. It's a fairly lengthy memo. The last page was changed, a few dates were changed, so that's the only difference between the two memos that are posted. I want to focus mostly tonight on the other attachment that's called the Environmental Impact Report Timeline. This is an infographic that Haley put together and touches on all of the larger aspects of what's going into the environmental impact report and the date ranges that are involved in that. So I'll go through those because there's 9 parts to this. So again, like I said.
I'm sorry. We need to extend our time.
Oh, yeah.
Before we go any later. I'm sorry, Mr. Critchfield, to interrupt.
I move that we extend our time for both meetings for an additional hour.
So until 10:30?
Yeah.
That should be sufficient? Yeah. Okay. A second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, and vote, we'll go ahead and do the roll call vote. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. And I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Critchfield.
No problem.
Continue.
Okay, so if you're able to open that attachment, I would encourage you to do so. Again, it's just a one-pager called the Environmental Impact Report, EIR Timeline. And so the first item just identifies that we started in May, and this portion of the project kind of overlaps everything, where it's initiating the project and the creation of the report. So we're going through this. There's so many aspects to the report. We're writing the report constantly, and there's consistency where every few weeks we are sent a portion of the report for our review and input, and then providing that back to the consultants as we have insights that they may not have. I meet with PlaceWorks every other Tuesday to go over where we're at. We add extra meetings as needed. Over the last couple of months, we've probably added on average another meeting or 2 per month. So we're to the point now where we're almost meeting weekly just with PlaceWorks, not to mention all the other meetings that revolve around environmental impact. The second part started in June. And so when you initiate an environmental impact, there's a public review and comment period and a notice of preparation, which we talked a little bit about tonight in reference to the letter from the city of Jackson. So when you go out at the beginning, you're asking for consultation and input from cities, the public, and there's actually a tribal consultation as well. And so we sent.
So you asked for that?
Yeah, we sent certified mail to all of those entities.
And so this letter that was passed out tonight, you asked for this?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was sent to the cities and it was sent to the tribes as a notice of preparation, letting them know that this was the scope of the project moving forward. And so then they provided that input at that point in time.
Can we see those?
Yes, they will all be included.
This is all new to me.
Yeah, they will all be included in the environmental impact report. All of those letters that come in.
Which comes when?
So that will come next month.
And we've done so much ahead of time.
That's the process. The process is that it comes into the agency processes all of those and they help us respond to those. They don't come to the board one at a time. That's why we hire the agency to do that. That is the process. Typically what would happen if we're having a situation happen, right, and we are receiving some sort of random documents, we would put those in communications for the board. This is part of the actual process. We go out, we request it, they then go look at whatever the requests are. That's part of the whole piece of it, is then the agency goes out and they go and they review whatever's in those documents. This is a perfect example. So then they can respond to those. That all then comes in the big, large document that will come to us in December that we'll have a special board meeting on that we're going to talk about in a little bit.
And cities.
The reason we're having the special board meeting is because it is going to be
a lot.
Yeah, and that's why they're going to walk us through the report. They're going to walk us through the sections so that we can digest it with assistance and not just on our own, so that we are able to ask questions. It is, they wouldn't just throw this at us and expect us to be able to grasp it all on our own.
And not at all, which it doesn't look on this time. It doesn't look like by this timeline that they did everything all at once.
No.
Right.
No,
so
and you can't.
How you broke
I
this
think,
down, you could feed us bits and pieces.
I think
as well.
some of these
That's how I
things
think.
are dependent
Normally,
other
yes.
things.
James, normally 100% we would feed that information. The problem is that it goes to the agency because they're the ones then that go do the research.
But we don't even know that you guys did this until now.
Well, it's part of the whole EIR process. So when the board approves the process, that's what you approve. It's very different than a normal situation of getting information, collecting it, bringing it, then taking it back out. It doesn't, the EIR doesn't work in that fashion.
And I can speak to the cities, county, Amador Water Agency. They reach out to us with various issues, concerns, things that come up all the time. But that's outside of a notice of preparation for an environmental impact study. And we respond to those quickly and work with them all the time on things. The letter that you received tonight was a specific response to the notice of preparation so that they have input at the beginning of the process, so that as we craft this lengthy report, we are ensuring that we're addressing everything, including what cities may have brought up through that process. So we received letters from City of Ione, City of Jackson. We received letters from federal agencies. There were responses from many different agencies that'll all be part of that report. But then as we craft that report, a portion of what we're doing is then responding to any things that were identified in those notice of preparation letters from those cities. Okay, so that's that phase that went on, and then in May we also started the transportation analysis. And if you remember what was approved back in May, it wasn't just that we were approving PlaceWorks. It was through PlaceWorks, numerous consultants would be hired underneath that, including a transportation analysis firm that specializes in this. So there are a bunch of specialists that are then hired through PlaceWorks to be able to hit on all of the required aspects of the environmental impact report. So Kittleson is the company that was used for the transportation analysis, and they have pretty much completed that analysis, and now they're in the process of writing that up for our review, which would then go in the draft report as well. So the transportation will sit in the environmental impact report as well. From July to October, simultaneously, we also had biological, cultural, and noise experts go out and look at everything going on at these sites. I mean, we're talking about migratory birds and the diameter of an oak tree 4 feet off the ground and the amount of noise created by this, that, or the other. All of those things were studied in depth and will have sections in the environmental impact report. And then August and September, we had experts out to look at impacts on air quality and greenhouse gases. And so that is a full analysis. So you put all of those pieces together, the responses from the cities and other agencies in the notice of preparation, transportation, biocultural, noise, air quality, greenhouse gases, put all of that together, and then we're able to create a draft environmental impact report that is then ready for a public review period. The law on that states that that review period must be a minimum of 45 days. You can count weekends and holidays, but you cannot end it on a weekend or a holiday. And so if you were to go in there and count out those days, right, we're going to go 45 days. It might be a day or two longer because of where weekends fall, but it would start December 15th, and that public comment period would end January 30th. We would then respond to those public comments and go through those and include those in the report. And so then we would be approving the final draft of this as we're going through December, January, and February. And then there's one last time where public agencies can give input again and it's a 10-day review period, and that will go from February 23rd to March 4th. Once that is completed, then we will have our final EIR, which we anticipate bringing to the board on March 6th. And the reason we put estimated date is not because the environmental impact report won't be ready at that time. It's because next board meeting is when we approve the board calendar for 2024. So we will propose that March 6th be a board meeting in 2024, but it's not technically approved as a board meeting yet. So that's why it's an estimated date of March 6th. So that's a general overview of what's been going on. And again, I meet with PlaceWorks every other week. We also utilize Williams and Associates, our consultant on facilities, is heavily involved, where we're reviewing documents, going through these reports, meeting with PlaceWorks to ensure we're all on the same page and preparing everything that's involved. And as I mentioned, I don't have the final page count now, but I'm anticipating this document to be over 1,000 pages long.
We can technically go ahead, because this is discussion only, but we can technically go ahead and talk about that board meeting date now.
Okay.
So with it being proposed to the community on the 15th, we were thinking either the 18th, 19th, or 20th. Was the firm available any of those dates?
They're available the 18th and the 20th of December.
Okay, so those are the two dates.
The 15th is a Friday.
Yeah, the 18th is a Monday, the 20th is a Wednesday, and we are proposing from 1 to 5.
And
Yeah.
the 20th would be a better date for them, but they could make the 18th work.
So if we can just get consensus from the board on a Monday or a Wednesday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And I've already confirmed with KVGC that they will live stream it. We will meet at the district office, but they will live stream it for us so that the public can view it.
I'll be gone all of those days.
So we can move that to January, but as board members have mentioned, this will become a public document December 15th. And so members of the public will have the ability to go through that, and that opens you up for being asked questions on it. And so we wanted to provide a time close to when it goes public, so you have most of your questions answered. But if the consensus is to have every board member there, I mean, it's the 45-day window is open until January 30th, so we could do it in January.
Let's see. What would be the earliest date that would work for you, James?
Probably January.
Oh.
We could check on December 15th. That is the day it's released. It's a Friday.
I won't even be in the country.
Okay, never mind then.
Well, I would like to get the information. I don't want to wait until January. Me personally, I don't know how everybody else feels about it. Obviously, we need a consensus. I am happy to schedule a second date for James.
Either that, or if Mr. Marzano is the only one that cannot attend, he and I could set up a time to meet once he's back and take the time to go through the report as well. I mean, that would be an option too.
Would you be amenable to that? A one-on-one with Mr. Critchfield?
With you guys already having all the information?
It would have been public. You would have access to it. You just wouldn't have been walked through it because you were unavailable.
Right.
And we're not taking action at that time. It's just.
No.
I would like to be a part of it, though. I mean, it's my duty.
I understand. I'm just.
Yeah. I would want you guys to be a part of it as well. I'm just now being told this. You know what I mean? I made Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, like.
Yeah, we understand.
Could we potentially do this over a thread or something instead of meeting time, or does this have to be discussed at the meeting?
No, it has to be discussed in person from the consultants. We're all going to be part of the learning process too.
I meant the date discussion.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
No, I'd rather we discuss it because we need to let the consultants know. I mean, we've been waiting for them to give us this finalized date, the list of all of the things that they had to do. It just depends. There's just so many moving targets that we had to wait until we knew for sure. We thought it was going to be a little bit later, but they ended up coming back sooner. So that's why we are where we are for that week.
Just real quick, for compliance to follow CEQA, there are 4 of these 9 items have very specific requirements, and only one of those 4 has been completed. That was the notice of preparation, and the public review and comment period had to be a certain amount of time at the beginning of the process. The draft EIR has to be 45 days long, right? Again, that does not have to be connected to a school board meeting in any way, shape, or form. So as far as how we select a date, that that can be totally separate, but that has to be 45 days. And then after the 45
So
days,
what you're saying is that the information can be presented to us at any time during that 45 days.
and it could be after the 45 days. I mean, because again, the board isn't approving anything. It's just that's when the draft becomes a public document. And then the 10-day public agency review is also a requirement of CEQA, and that must come after the 45-day review. And then after those 3 timelines have been met, the notice of preparation, the draft, and the public agency, then the board would approve it as a final
We don't
environmental
take
impact
action
report.
until after all those timelines.
March 6th would be the day you take action.
So we can wait until January. It's just going to be a matter of the board not getting that face time to really go through that document in a real thorough way until we get back from break.
The December 15th, is that what you said?
We could see if they're available. That is the day that it comes out, so we just have to make sure that the consultants would be available. I can't confirm that
Wasn't
tonight,
that a
but-
date that you said that they were available?
The 18th and the 20th, they were available.
But we can
But I
check with
didn't
them.
check with them on the
Relay of
15th.
information, didn't you say they don't, oh no, they have to.
No, I said I just have to check with them, but we can check. That's the very first possible date that we could meet, is the 15th.
So will you find out if the 15th works, and if not, then we would be looking at.
First week of January,
Okay, so let's get like 2 or 3 dates. So December 15th could work?
yes.
Okay, from 1 to 5? Or do you want it in the morning?
Does not matter.
Or do you care?
I don't care.
Anytime. Okay, so anytime. And then let's get a couple dates in January, and then we'll let you know tomorrow.
For myself, because of the importance of this document, I'd rather we dive right in as soon as we can. There's always going to be questions from the public, and I really think we need to jump in. And I don't feel comfortable having it released to the public and then we get informed or be brought up to it later the next month. I think that's showing that we're disregarding the public.
So we'll
Respect that. I do totally respect it, but for me,
yeah.
Feeling as uninformed as I have been throughout this process, being able to relay information to the public, I kind of don't feel a difference.
So we're going to, let us call them tomorrow. We'll see if there's any way they can do the 15th and explain the situation that we're in. And then we'll have to go from there.
Document, I can also, maybe just to have a second option, I can also check to see if we would be in a position to review it on the 14th. I mean, if it's going public on the 15th, the document pretty
done.
much has to be ready on the 14th.
Would the 14th
That would just
work?
give us a second date that's at the beginning, going back to Shane's point, where we could do that. I would definitely say on the 14th, if we did it, would need to be the afternoon, just to make sure we have it ready.
We would just need to move back to negotiations. Mrs. Jensen. Will the 14th or 15th work?
Yeah, sure.
Morning or afternoon? Okay.
Sure.
We'll do it. We'll figure that out. Stay tuned. We'll send out an email tomorrow.
Okay.
With the date and time. Thank you.
So that a lot of this conversation just revolved around just the board meeting, but I gave you a lot of information, so I'm sure you have questions. That's my main overview of the environmental impact report, and so I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm not sure I have that many questions until I'm gonna be able to see this.
I agree.
Honestly.
Is this one pager helpful, or is there something else you would need as a board member to get a better grasp of just the overall process?
I mean, the graphic is sorry, Julia. I mean, the graphic is definitely helpful. But yeah, I mean, the graphic is helpful to see kind of what the process is. But oh my God, I keep doing that. But I don't think that I will be able to really ask any questions until after we're able to kind of be there and see all the stuff that's coming from this report.
That's fair.
Having never been part of a CEQA or EIR process before, I don't think most of us walking around day to day have any idea that this is a, 9-month process. Like someone had a baby. That amount of time that we were waiting for our CEQA. And I didn't know. So as a board member that has not completed one full term, I am still learning things, and this is one of them. So,
Okay.
yeah, thank you. It is helpful. We're still waiting.
And if you haven't read the memorandum that PlaceWorks put together,
Yeah.
I think it's also helpful for you as board members to have that information. There's a lot in there as well.
Jared, are all these going to be posted on the district's website?
Yes.
Well, I definitely think that the timeline will be helpful to the public too, as far as where we are in the timeline and when we expect deliverables.
Yes.
Okay, so that was a discussion-only item. There's no action required from the board. We're to our final item, number 15.6, Resolution 2023/24-06, approving the form of preliminary official statement. It's a lot of words. Mr. Critchfield.
I've talked a lot tonight. I apologize. This is in connection with the certificate of participation that the board approved back in March. And I just want to explain, there were close to a dozen documents that the board approved that night as part of that process. This one document, the preliminary official statement, needs to be reapproved by the board because of how long it's been since it was approved. There are timeline rules around this. If you're asking why we didn't meet the timeline, what we have done in this process is held off on pulling the money from the certificate of participation as long as we can, because once we pull the money, then the clock starts on when we have to start repaying the money. And as we discussed, the repayment long-term plan is coming from savings through consolidation. And so while we've delayed this intentionally, it just puts this document out of compliance date-wise, and it's the only document of the dozen or so that were approved that needs to be reapproved. And then what that sets us up for now is our first repayment on the certificate of participation would not come until August 1st of 2025, which is the same fiscal year as consolidation. So we will not have any loan payments prior to consolidation. And so Mr. Shingreen from Eashore Consulting, our financial consultants, has waited ever so patiently this evening and is prepared to add a little bit more, and then he and I will answer questions that you might have.
Shin Green of Eashore Consulting. Jared, I think you covered 99% of it, but I know as time has passed, people may have noticed the markets are a little different than they were a handful of months ago. Just want to report out that we are still materially within the good faith estimates provided to the board at the time of approval. We had some cushion in there. Rates have gone up. If you had asked me as little as a week and a half ago, I might have a different answer for you, but rates have been trending down over the last week and a half, a little aggressively. So we're actually approaching a decent place again on the interest rate environment, certainly higher than we were in prior periods, but oddly enough, fairly close to where we were in late 2022, early 23. So markets are ready for this, if you are ready for this, and if we are given the orders to proceed and go forward, could close this as early as late December, but giving ourselves a little cushion and understanding some breaks and holidays in between, probably looking at an early January closing for funding. If there are any additional questions, happy to entertain those at this time.
Student board members, did you guys have questions about the item?
No questions.
No questions.
Thank you, ladies. Mr. Crow?
No questions.
Mrs. Parker?
What are the interest rates at this moment?
We actually ran a model using rates from 2 days ago. The combined aggregate rate, keeping in mind each individual maturity has its own rate, so there's some that are lower, some that are higher, but the combined all-in rate at that point in time would be 4.74%, and we've improved a few 0.01 or 2% from that in the last few days as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Marzano?
What is approving this, what does this exactly lock us into? The reason I'm let me see. The reason I'm asking is, never mind. Wrong. I'm sorry. I was looking at something differently. I don't have any questions. No.
Okay. Mr. Whitaker?
No questions.
I thought I recognized you sitting over there. Sorry we kept you so late tonight.
I am very much at many board meetings. I respect the public process. There are things that take time to discuss, and they should be given their due time.
I appreciate that. I do not have any additional questions for you, Mr. Critchfield, or Mr. Shin. Is anyone prepared to make a motion?
I move that we approve item 15.6, the resolution approving the preliminary official statement.
I'll second.
Thank you. And the roll call vote, the student advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Clement?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
I'm going to be a no.
Thank you. And did you want to explain your no vote or no?
I just am not comfortable on this topic until we delve a little deeper.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Marzano?
I'm also going to vote no because of a similar reason. I don't know. I don't feel educated enough with information.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to vote yes on this item. I think that we have certainly heard many objections tonight from public. And I think going forward, we will be under intense scrutiny as we take steps towards our completion date on our timeline. The EIR is going to be a big study for us, I think, for sure. Does Lozano Smith, do they offer a CEQA training for school boards?
I don't know if Lozano would have an experts to go deep in CEQA. I mean, that's why having the consultants from PlaceWorks come, this is what they do. They just do these CEQA studies. So that's why having them in person for that board study, they're going to be the best people that we have at our disposal to help educate the board on CEQA.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I appreciate that question very much. Thank you. However, I feel it should have been done a while ago.
Possibly.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me tonight to inquire if that was an option.
I'll admit that I made mistakes.
Okay, so that concludes our discussion action items for tonight, and we will be moving on to board reports. Dr. Gibson?
I don't have one at this time.
Okay. Student board members, Ms. Patterson?
I do not have an update at this time.
Okay. Ms. Clement?
Okay, I'll try to cut this a little bit because it's late, but we had our downtown rally, I think not last week, but the week before, and it was a really big success. So I just wanted to shout out all of the classes that put a lot of effort into building their class floats because they all looked amazing, even the freshmen. And we always expect the freshmen's float to not be like put together or look super great because it's their first year, but this year the freshmen really showed up and it looked really good. And the senior class won, so that was also a highlight. Our AVID class went on a field trip yesterday to Stanislaus State, and I was talking to a couple of them that attended, and they said it was a really great opportunity to see the campus. I think most of the people that attended were underclassmen or juniors, so I feel like that was a good way to like spark their interest in attending college and then keep Stan State as like a goal in mind as they continue through high school. As a member of the cross-country team, we're never really able to field a full cross-country team, but this year we have a full freshman boys team, and they qualified to compete at the sections meet this Saturday, so that's super cool, as well as 3 of our Frosh Soft girls, so I'm super excited to watch them race. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Maeve, I've got a question. What about the varsity girls? How did they do in cross country?
I will be also running at the sections meet, but
Toot your own horn. Is that all you had?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Mr. Crow.
Real short,
no.
just wish everyone happy Native American Heritage Month, and I wanted to give a special shout out to the Foothill Indian Education Alliance. They do a lot of good things for the Native American students, and keep up the good work.
Mrs. Parker?
I don't have one at this time.
Mr. Marzano?
Oh, were you gonna do the other student board member?
Didn't I ask you?
Yeah, I do not have an update.
Oh,
Okay. All right. I thought I did. I was just making sure. Okay.
I didn't even.
It's been such a
hear
long
it.
meeting, I
Yeah,
could have
for
totally
sure.
just dreamed it.
I
So,
didn't even hear you ask her. I don't have a report. However, in the spirit of educating myself, can I please get information on the bylaw or process in which former board president Thompson was referring to? What's that? Yeah, with getting stuff on the board.
requesting items to the agenda?
Right.
Sure.
Excuse me, yes, getting stuff on the agenda, sorry. I was one of I am the senior board member here. Doesn't mean anything, I'm just saying how long I've been here. And from day one, since I moved here, I've always felt that the schools should be consolidated in some way or another. High schools, junior highs, however the powers that be and community see fit. And I want to make that clear, that I am pro-consolidation. But like I said before, it has to be done the correct way. I don't know what that is. I don't have the fancy degrees and the educations that you guys do, but I do know that.
Me neither.
Don't
look at me with that.
Yeah, I do know that the community members who put us here are speaking, and I feel it's up to us to do our due diligence to do it right. Well, what about then? Then I felt it was being done right with how it was presented. I felt at the time informed. As time went on, I began to feel more and more less informed. I began to see, again, that may be a me problem, not a you problem, but I know I'm not the only one. Yeah. As time went on, I began to feel more and more less informed. When people, and I've brought this up before, when people in the public confront me and talk to me and try to get some answers to their questions, I've always been told, well, just refer them to us. Yeah, that's probably best because I don't want to put any wrong information in their ear. However, that also makes us as board members, like, what are we here for? I just feel that we need to do it right, and right now is not being done right, period. So I would like to look for another way to possibly run this through the board on the agenda. So if somebody could help me understand that process, that would be great.
Okay, so Candy's already submitted an item, and it, changes to the agenda are discussed with the board president and the superintendent. So.
Oh, and the clerk, you can't forget the clerk.
We'll have to look at the bylaws. I don't remember what it says, but whatever it is, we'll do
Possibly
it.
the clerk as well.
And I believe that bylaw was created not too long ago, for whatever reason, I'm not sure, but,
That is the current bylaw.
right. And as we've seen, bylaws get changed accordingly.
Yeah, we haven't changed all that. We haven't brought the governance handbook back yet, so.
But I don't think that was a bylaw change that we had discussed anyway.
The reason I say that is also, one email regarding a potential conflict of interest, brought the topic of conflict of interest up. For me, I would be a schmuck if I didn't take these into consideration to try to get something back on the agenda. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Marzano. Mr. Whitaker?
No comment.
So I do have a comment. I'm having a little deja vu, actually. And, you know, you would think that when you have your moment to be like, oh, I was right all along and I told you so, that you get a little satisfaction out of that. But I will tell you that after, you know, decades of being a parent, you really want to be proven wrong. Like, you don't want to be right a lot of times, right? When you're the naysayer, when you're the doomsdayer, you don't want to be right. But every single time I was the lone voice of opposition on this dais, every single time I said we shouldn't spend that money, every single time I said the public is not going to grasp the difference between voting for the bond and not voting for consolidation. I mean, I could go on, and it's just crappy for me. It is crappy for me because it was forced onto the agenda. It was forced onto the agenda too quickly. I asked for time. I got 2 weeks. And now here we are, well into a CEQA that I want to see the end of. I mean, I definitely think that there are lots of agencies that raise their concerns, and I would absolutely need to see the responses to those. I think that that's the least we can do. It has been a month, I tell you what. So I'm gonna switch gears now because I want to make sure that I congratulate the Argonaut varsity girls golf team for being repeat champions. And I want to thank staff for fielding so many phone calls and so many emails. And I hope that having these items on the agenda every board meeting will help us get more substantial information to the people that need it and are asking for it. I hope it relieves some of the burden on staff. I honestly do. It can't be efficient for you to respond individually to people who have questions. So that is my hope. And I thank everybody for their patience. Sitting through this meeting tonight, I don't think I've seen this many people make it to the end of a school district board meeting in 3 years. So I thank you. You are important to us. Thank you very much. I have official business here. Our next meeting, if the date will come up, is Wednesday, December 13th. Tentatively scheduled to be held here at the Amador County Administration Building. Open session will start as usual at 6:30, and we are adjourned finally. It is 10:15, and we will come back for the county meeting in just a few minutes. Minutes. It is 10:25. We're calling to order the Amador County Office of Ed Board meeting, and everyone is present. And I don't believe we have any deletions or corrections to the agenda.
Correct, no deletions or corrections.
Mr. Critchfield, okay. We do not have any presentations or recognitions. For employee organizations, I know Mrs. Crow is not here. Ms. Matheson?
No.
Also not here. Did anyone want to make public comment on non-agenda items? I do not have any speaker cards in front of me. Everybody's saying no. Consent agenda. We have minutes, we have warrants, and we have Amador State Preschool Program Continued Funding Application. Are there any questions on the consent agenda? If there are none, would someone please make a motion?
I move to approve item 8, the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. We have no communications. We also have no discussion action items. We do have some information-only items. We have current personnel recommendations. We have a job description for the Health and Wellness Coordinator and updated administrative salary schedule, probably related to the Health and Wellness Coordinator, Dr. Palazuelos. Did you need to present that to us?
No, I believe it's all there.
Okay. Did anyone have questions about the two items for Dr. Palazuelos? If not, I ask for a motion to approve. Oh, no, those are information only. We don't need to take action. If nobody has questions, I'm going to ask if anybody has an additional report. Okay.
I don't.
Nope.
Mr. Marzano, did you have an additional report?
No, I don't. Thank you for asking.
No.
Okay, so our next meeting is Wednesday, December 13th, here at the Amador County Administration Building, immediately following the Unified School District Board meeting. We are adjourned. It is 10:37. Sorry. I guess it should go to Lori.